I don't know. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, can I get your attention, please? Please take your seats. We want to get our program started shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our first annual Startup Expo. We'd like to begin our afternoon portion of the program. My name is Arnold Chen, and I am the Managing Director for the Center for Entrepreneurship. So welcome. This afternoon, we're first having our Boiler Accelerator Demo Day. Before we get started, I'd like to thank our sponsors for the program today. We'd like to thank the Burton Morgan Foundation, the Purdue Foundry, the Cornell School of Management, Schurz Communication, the John Martinson Entrepreneurship Center, and the When You Leave the Room. Can we have a round of applause for our sponsors, please? So for a little bit of logistics of what's going to happen today, we have 8 teams today. They're going to be pitching for $100,000 in cash prizes. Each team will have 15 minutes in total, and that includes Q&A. Tinty over here in the corner will be keeping time. So keep an eye on that. And then I believe the judges, you all have your score sheets, and Murillo introduced himself, so please make sure you find him to give you the score sheets. We're going to be pitching again from now till about 4 o'clock. After the last pitch, we have about a half-hour break, and I'm going to ask all the teams that are pitching to please go to your booths. And then the judges can continue to ask you any follow-up questions that they have in order to complete their scoring. So I'd like to introduce the 2 MCs for the competition today. So Natasha is a junior studying computer science with a concentration in machine intelligence and an entrepreneurship certificate. She's originally from the Bay Area, California. She's passionate about supporting women and underrepresented communities in entrepreneurship, and she's part of the Anvil since 2021, and she's leading the Boiler. We also have Akash, who's a junior from the suburbs of Chicago, studying computer engineering. He's involved in Greek Life, Boiler Blockchain, Old Masters, and the Rising Professionals. He loves all things that begin with being an intern at New Stack Ventures in Chicago, and now currently being a director of the Boiler Anvil. So Natasha and Akash, the floor is yours.
Hi everyone, welcome to the Anvil's Boiler Demo Day 2022. My name is Natasha Rao, I am the lead director of the Boiler.
And my name is Akash, I'm also a director at the Anvil. So a lot of you might be wondering what the Anvil is, and it's the student hub for entrepreneurship here on campus. We support any builder who strives to create things through a variety of programs and resources, one of which is the Boiler.
The Boiler has supported over 50 startups who have gone on to raise over $60 million capital total, join top accelerator and incubator programs, and help over 1,000 students per year. We have a proven track record over the past 8 years.
Some of our past companies include Mimir, which was acquired by HackerRank, Socio, an event management platform that's been acquired by Cisco, Glimpse, a product placement platform, which was accepted into Y Combinator and raised $6.2 million for their seed round, and most recently, Aeon Charge, which is a part of YC 2022 and raised $1 million in pre-seed funding.
As a reminder, each team today will have a 7 to 8 minute pitch and will be followed with 8 minutes of Q&A from the audience and judges. As a reminder also, at 4 o'clock, each of the teams will have their own booth in the corner if you want to talk to them further.
So let's get started. First up, we have Quasi, which is a platform where people can utilize the power of AI and no code.
All right, good afternoon, West Lafayette. We are Quasi. Now, before we start our pitch, let's play a little game. All right, here are 2 images. One is made by an AI, and the other is made by a human. Now, raise your hand if you think the image on the left was made by an AI. Yeah, so as a matter of fact, it's actually the image on the right. All right, we'll do round 2. All right, here we go. 2 more images, same thing. Now, raise your hand if you think the image on the left was made by an AI. All right, once again, actually, this time, they're both made by an AI. So as you can see, AI is an extremely powerful tool, and it's very good for creative purposes. And that's good because, well, people are creative. People are also impatient. They want to make things, but they want it to happen yesterday, and they don't want to put any effort into making these things. AI, on the other hand, are really hard to make. They require intense, coding knowledge and a really powerful PC. Once you make them, they're really hard to find. You have to scour through internet forums and GitHub repositories to even find a model that's useful to you. And if you're somehow able to do that, again, they're really hard to use. You have to have extensive coding knowledge and, again, a really powerful computer. And this mismatch is why AI isn't really accessible to everyone.
So this is exactly where Quasi comes in. Fundamentally, when we were building our entire marketplace, we were focusing on 3 key attributes: simplicity, versatility, and infrastructure. With simplicity, we wanted to make an entire experience that was curated for the consumer to be able to create anything within 1 or 2 clicks. Additionally, with versatility, we wanted to offer a variety of different models for different use cases for anyone to be able to create what they want. With the infrastructure, we want to build a platform where developers, if they want to create their own AI, we can provide the support with absolutely no lines of code. So just like how YouTube has videos, Quasi has models. And if we dive a little bit deeper into our live website, you can see that we have our For Makers page. What you do is we have a variety of different models that are already live, and for our use case right now, we're going to click into our poem writer. You click, you get access to a description and a prompt. For instance, this is a poem topic, so we put in the infinite universe as something that we wanted to create as a poem. You just click, within seconds, you get an AI-created poem. It's really that simple. But you might be thinking, this is just a poem. What else can it do? Well, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's so many different things that can be done. We have a startup elevator pitch creator. We have interview questions that you can write. You can also convert a blog post into a social media post. The possibilities really are endless.
Yeah, and as a programmer, there's also tools on Quasi that can help me. For example, we have text to code. So similar thing. On the For Makers page, you just look up a code model, in this case, a Python method writer, click right into it, exact same thing. Let's say I want to print and compute Pascal triangle in Python. I want a method that does that. Type that in, click generate, boom. Just like that, you get code, copy that, paste it right into your IDE of choice, and run it, and there you go, Pascal triangles. It's that easy. Now, what if there aren't existing models for what you want to do? Well, you can make one yourself with no code. And here's how it's done. So it's essentially a modified form, where you put in your model title, model description, and then fill out a few other data points. And then you adjust sliders, which essentially can focus the model to your specific needs. For example, one slider determines how creative your model is. And yeah, then you launch it, boom, you're done.
And what's really awesome about our platform is that our developers can actually make money. Just like how YouTube has payouts to creators, we do the same thing with our developers. But when you take a look at how much YouTube pays out compared to Quasi, the difference is just innumerable. Where YouTube charges a fraction of a penny for every 1,000 views, for every generation on Quasi, literally every click, a developer can earn 2 cents. That's 10 times the amount of revenue for 1,000th of the work. It's crazy. And when we take a look at the entire competitive landscape, we see that a lot of companies focus on either the consumer side or the developer side. For instance, Wombo. They're really talented in creating AI images, but they only focus on that one use case. On the flip side, you have OpenAI and GitLab, which really create a structure for developers to be able to create whatever they want. But there's nothing that does both really, really well. And so we, as Quasi, want to make sure that we're balancing both sides, provide that simple and intuitive experience. And when it comes to our go-to-market strategy, consumers are where it's at. We want to make sure that we focus on engagement, exploration, and retention. Get people excited about creating stuff on Quasi. Eventually, they're going to be so excited that they want to create everything themselves. They want to develop their own models. And then they can transfer into becoming a developer really simply. We want to have that simple experience, have those creator benefits for developing something, and overall stay engaged with what everyone else is doing on our platform.
Now, you may be wondering how 2 college kids are able to run an AI startup. Well, at least for me, I was part of a previous startup that was called Ponder, and we were one of the first startups to get access to the largest natural language processing model called GPT-3 when it first came out in closed beta about 2 years ago. So I used that knowledge to help build Quasi. Additionally, I was able to build the entire pre-alpha of Quasi's platform in just under 2.5 months, from front end to back end.
And with my background in sales, marketing, and business, I really have a focus in understanding what excites customers, what gets people to actually come to any platform. How do we engage with them, maintain that customer lifetime value, and create a shared experience that is truly phenomenal. And so fundamentally, to recap everything that we said, we're creating tools from text to code, potentially images and music. And we actually have a surprise for you today, because we are taking a huge leap forward for Quasi. Here at Demo Day, we are going to be debuting text-to-image models. We're really excited to be able to show it to you. And as a matter of fact, these images at our beginning of our presentation were created by Quasi AI. And if you want to try it out yourself, feel free to stop by our booth. We'll be able to provide an opportunity for you to explore exactly everything that we can do. We're really excited about the future of AI and content creation in general, and we're really excited to show how you can join us on our journey. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
You can just speak up.
Okay. So I just wanted to ask, with the text AI, what is that DALL-E 2 that you guys are using, or did you create your own library to do the text to image conversions and creations? And I'm curious, what is it that you're making? Is it like taking libraries from OpenAI, TensorFlow, others, and putting them together in some kind of a usable UI, or are you writing your own actual ML libraries to produce these outputs?
So as of now, we're sort of taking a bunch of APIs and models and centralizing them in one place. Eventually, we want to be able to make our own models, so we're storing the inputs and outputs of the data, and to fine-tune and train these models to be better only on our platform. So if you notice, like on the on the model output generating page, there was likes and dislikes, and we could take that data and feed it right back into it to make the model even better. So as for the text to image, we're not using DALL-E 2. DALL-E 2 got released in a closed beta a few days ago, so it's very, very new. We're using a model that runs off of a similar architecture. It's called latent diffusion. So it essentially takes a bunch of images and then merges them together to make a new image. That has the same effect.
Right.
Can you talk a little bit about the revenue model? Because it sounds a little bit like you talked about developers getting paid potentially. What about the market side, on the consumer side? What does that look like?
Yeah, so the way we like to explain it is just like how arcades can convert dollars into game tokens where you can try out different arcade games, we do the exact same thing on Quasi on the consumer side, where you convert dollars into virtual coins. You can try out different models using those virtual coins. We also offer one coin is 5 cents. We offer different bundlings based on how much you want to explore.
Have you tested the market to see what sort of revenue you would generate per user?
Yeah, so basically we did a bunch of customer interviews, and we were trying to take a look at exactly what would be exciting about the revenue in terms of these bundles. They might seem fairly large, especially with being one click being 5 cents. So what we actually ended up doing was in our closed developer beta for both trying out, in the alpha, we were trying out the revenue model, and we actually got a bunch of people that were interested. One person even bought the $100 bundle because they're like, I just want to create. They got addicted very easily. And so in terms of just some metrics, when we launched our beta, we have over 3,000 creations that have already been made on the platform, and we have 130 active users. And so with the variety of different models, there is just a lot of creativity that people want to implement. And we're trying to offer free coins right now because our operating costs are fairly low. So we're just offering some flexibility for people to just explore and have fun.
Can you
Go ahead.
Can you say more about the songwriters that are perhaps being able to create music with lyrics? Is that possible with your platform?
So there are models out there that can essentially, it takes inputs of like a genre and an artist and can sort of make a new song. So I could be like, give me a new Beatles song, and it'll make a new Beatles song. So those models do exist, and that's something that I'm actually actively working on putting into the site. And that's sort of my next step after image models is doing music models. So that's probably going to come out around this summer.
Great, thank you.
Is the intellectual property yours, or are you aggregating others' IP?
When it comes to the models?
Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of the models that I'm using right now are open source. So we don't own the models. We're sort of like Amazon in that way. We're like Amazon, like let's say a water bottle is sold on Amazon. Amazon doesn't own the water bottle, but they are sort of a channel that brings the water bottles to consumers, and then they take a cut.
We have a question from a virtual judge. So what's your plan to draw creatives and developers to your platform? And what's your plan to draw viewers and customers of art to your platform? YouTube's reach is universal compared to startup platforms. So.
Yeah, fundamentally what we want to focus on is that this is a tool. We want to help people create, and this is just yet another medium to do these things. For an internship that I'm working on, I'm using Quasi exclusively to do all of my work. And so, as a result, generating images, social posts, all of those things, like, it takes a fraction of the time in order to do it. So when it comes to creatives that want to have another output, this is one medium in which they can try. Just like when the iPad came out with the Apple Pencil, the concept of art did not go away entirely. It was yet another medium, which is digital art, that people could try and explore. If it wasn't for them, it wasn't for them. And so we're doing this exact same thing with Quasi.
Is it limited to your models and your data, your training data sets, or can users use their own data sets?
So how the models are made is, so how the text models are made it's a type of model called a transformer, which essentially completes a pattern. So if I were to give a transformer, the numbers 1, 2, 3, and say finish this pattern, it would go 4, 5, 6. And if you just switch out numbers for characters, I could be like, give me a list of science fiction movies, and I say, complete this. So sort of the data you're inputting is what we call a prompt that you input when you make a model. So you can be like, if I want to make a model that generates, science fiction movies list, that would be my prompt, and then I'll have the AI finish that text or complete it. So they sort of input their own data in a sense.
They input the prompt, but not a training set.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why the consumer focus instead of enterprise? You mentioned you're using it to do your job for you.
Mm-hmm. So when we actually did our customer interviews, we saw a really interesting breakdown in terms of the types of models that people were interested in. So basically, what the breakdown is learning models, entertainment, and enterprise. So with the learning models, people just want to explore, create, try out different things. And so as a result, after that, then there were entertainment. We just want to have fun. We want to engage, just try something new out, shiny new object, And then with the enterprise models, there's a lot of business use cases, but fundamentally, in order to prove like the market validity and go to these B2B like sales channels, we want to show that consumers really want this. We can convert this into a business setting and make it even more curated for your business for whatever use case it is. So basically, with the consumers first, we're just validating it and showing that the businesses are like, hey, 1 million users are on Quasi. You guys can try it out yourself, and we'll make it even better.
We'll take one more.
Just on the IP side, who owns the product? If somebody creates something on your platform, like a poem or a song or something like that, how is the creator the owner of that product, and do they get? From an intellectual property standpoint, what does the company help provide?
Yeah, so as of now, like AI-generated creations are very, very new, and so like the copyright laws around that are sort of vague. But like generally, the general consensus is if an AI creates something, that thing goes into the public domain as of now. But that won't stop you from we have a bunch of tweet generators, and we can generate for our own social media platform. We generate tweets and we can post them right on the Twitter. So really, once the creations are made, you can do whatever you want with them.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
No, it was kind of similar, actually. Like, there's a marketing persona that I...
Okay, next up we have Team X-Karting, a hardware and software startup to bring exciting new technology and gameplay to the go-karting entertainment industry.
Let me draw you a picture. In 1956, two hot rodders took a discarded lawnmower engine and built the first go-kart, and the go-karting industry was born. There are three main players in the go-karting industry. The manufacturer builds the go-kart that the entertainment center uses. The entertainment center provides a location for their guests to be able to be entertained with their friends and family. If those guests enjoy their experience, they continue to give the entertainment center their business. And if the entertainment center is successful, they continue buying equipment from the manufacturer. So it is really important that the manufacturer builds a product that the guests enjoy, that the guests crave. So that way, they're able to increase the amount of entertainment centers that are interested in buying their product. However, over the last few years, the amount of entertainment centers that have go-karts have either remained the same or slightly decreased in regards to outdoor karts. This compares to other technologies such as augmented reality and virtual reality, or other activities outside of entertainment centers such as escape rooms, which have increased tremendously over the last few years. This is because they are highly repeatable and replayable with a shared experience. However, go-karts, people describe them as repetitive, that they're unfair. If you start in the back, you usually end in the back. And most importantly, you're separated. You may come with your child or your friend, and you might have a small interaction with each other on the track, but soon you're separated. That entire activity that you came to spend with them, you're not really participating with them. And go-karts really haven't changed that much since 1956. They have gotten faster, but that does decrease the demographic. Not everybody wants to take a hairpin turn at 60 miles an hour. And also, all the younger teenagers and kids aren't able to participate. So how do we make go-karting more attractive? The solution is to put smarts in the karts. What I mean by that is putting onboard computers and sensors to have more interactive and fun gameplay. Topgolf is a great example. They took a golf range, also a very repetitive activity, and made it a game. They added technology, RFID, a computer system for the course. And they were able to increase the demographic of people who are interested in participating in this activity. And now they have over $1 billion in revenue. So, how do you build a kart? There are 5 main components. The first 2 are the body and the frame. This is the go-kart manufacturer's specialty. This is their bread and butter. They know how to make a go-kart that's able to withstand public abuse. The next 3 components are the battery, speed controller, and motors. These are things that the go-kart manufacturers buy. But to be able to put smarts in technology to have a more interactive experience, you need to have computers, wireless radios, targets, sound, touchscreen displays. This is something that go-kart manufacturers do not have the personnel, expertise, or manufacturing capability. They need this in a package so they can install into their karts. And that is our product, a package that you can install go-karting to bring it into the 21st century with a video game-like experience, be able to have boosts, be able to have different items, be able to have different game modes. This makes it a lot more repeatable and brings in extra demographics. Let's say you have a younger child that may not be able to drive, but they're able to participate in a multiplayer experience. If you have a 2-player go-kart, you're able to have a mounted laser tag blaster that's able to shoot other karts and other targets. And also, the entertainment centers, they're able to have extra throughput. Instead of having 10 people out on the track, the go-kart manufacturers are able to market their product with our package, saying, hey, you're now going to have 15 to 20 people out on the track. But there's more. With this onboard system, we're able to have performance metrics. We're able to diagnose things using the technology. This results in extra uptime as well as extra savings, be able to detect problems before they become catastrophic. We're also able to enforce safer gameplay using technology that's able to monitor if a kart is ramming another kart. That is very important, and it makes the game extra safe, and it reduces the amount of personnel required to supervise the karts. Let's look at the competition. We have the traditional fast karts, And there are two other main products. Power Up Racing does incorporate some of these video game features, but it's limited based on what they provide, and it's all audio. People can't hear and they're confused. Battle Kart is another example that has a lot more visual features, but relies on projected light and an entirely new setup of the track. And it's only available in Europe. Now let's say you're a go-kart manufacturer. You actually can't buy these. Power Up and Battle Kart are their own go-kart manufacturers, and they use that as a competitive advantage. We are the only product that other go-kart manufacturers will be able to buy and incorporate into their cart. So our go-to-market strategy is to connect with the go-kart manufacturers through events, such as the IAPA Expo, and follow-up, we're going to be able to do social media campaigns to create the guests that crave that video game-like experience at their entertainment center. So for us to be able to understand the market for selling to the go-kart manufacturers, we need to understand how many go-karts there are in the US. There's about 5,000 entertainment centers, and about 1,700 of those have go-kart tracks. With about 30 carts per track, that's about 53,000 carts, or 7,500 new carts per year. These are the carts that will have Team X-Karting. And this is what we are going to be having the go-kart manufacturers put our product in. So our business model is to sell our package to the go-kart manufacturers for about $2,000 for $1,500 profit. And we also will be able to sell a subscription to the entertainment centers for provided updates. Like video games that are able to have seasonal passes that keep the game fresh, we will be able to do that as well. If we were able to capture 40% of the existing go-kart market, that would be about $4.5 million per year just from the go-kart packages themselves, and $1.3 million from the subscription. I also like to point out that our subscription model is very similar to a Power Up Racing. So all these doodles are kind of fun, but how are we bringing things into real life? We already have a prototype built on golf carts that will be able to demonstrate the fun and functionality of laser tag on moving vehicles. We've also purchased 4 amusement center go-karts to be able to put on the next version of software. And at my booth, I have a tabletop setup that has all these components that I would love to show you. So as for expertise, I have been an automation engineer for 5 years. And specifically, I was my company's leading expert in plastic snap-to-fit parts, which will be really critical in building some of the physical components for this device. As well as I myself participate in the Power Racing series, so I've built and raced my own electric go-karts. I also have background in computer, electrical, and mechanical engineering, but I can't do all this by myself. So I am looking to build my team, both on the technical side and the business side, as well as looking for contacts in the entertainment industry, specifically the family entertainment centers, and contacts in the optics for infrared communication and electronic hardware. Because with all that, we can make go-karts smarter to play harder. Any questions? Anybody want to play test?
What does it cost to add the equipment to one car?
It costs about $500. That's with estimated manufacturing costs.
So the can you go back a slide to the business model and the $2,000 per cart? How does that go into, how does that work into the business model of the manufacturer? How much does a cart sell for, and what portion of that is a piece of the cart, and by buying this or by using this technology, what does that enable them to do?
Gotcha. So the question was, like, how much does this compare to the overall price of the go-kart? So the low end of double seat electric go-karts are around $10,000. So we're increasing the cost by 20%. But the value that the entertainment centers are going to have, and why they'll be willing to purchase a cart for at least $2,000 more, is because of the extra throughput, the extra draw that people are going to have craving that video game-like experience.
And how many manufacturers are there?
So for the U.S. market, there are 4 big ones. There are some over in Europe, but we're going to target the American ones first. Kind of like how there's a lot of car dealerships, but there's Ford, GM, Toyota. There's a smaller amount. Yep.
Have you talked to any of them?
Not yet. So in our customer discovery, we've mostly been focusing on entertainment centers and guests, making sure that we have a good, solid product and be able to have data behind why people would crave this before we go to the go-kart manufacturers.
The market seems pretty small to focus on the 7,500 new carts. And I did like the correlation to, or comparison to Topgolf, but I suspect Topgolf didn't say, we want to go to these mom and pop driving ranges, license our product to them, and have them change their model. They went out and built it. So how do you think about the real opportunity in just licensing or selling to these existing carts versus building a new experience completely?
Gotcha. So the question was like, how come we are not following Topgolf in our business model? The reason for that is, the reason why we wanted to focus on the go-kart manufacturers is because those are the ones that have the need. And the technical expertise of like my team that I currently have, we have more of the engineering side, and we're more, I guess, more interested in the engineering side instead of trying to create like a market of specifically for karting. While Topgolf, they created their own venues, we were really only interested in the carts to be able to have more available use.
How will you troubleshoot the support if you've got all of these carts running around? Are you somehow able to access that from one location and help the entertainment center to keep them running?
Yeah, so the question was like, how are we going to be able to support all these different carts in these different locations? What's great about being in the 21st century is that we're able to do like over-the-air updates and be able to connect to different devices. So there's going to be a central hub that runs the game that are connected to all these carts. And we'll be able to have that device be able to connect to the internet, which we'll be able to access remotely. I'm very excited about that.
In terms of your technology, do you see any other use for the specific technology you're developing, or the hardware or the software to other industries, or even within the entertainment industry, are there other uses or potential uses for it?
Yes, so the question was, are there other uses for the technology? So specifically with the performance monitoring and being able to monitor a safe gameplay, that can be applied to other vehicles. For example, golf carts, being able to, golf centers can be able to detect if there's going to be an issue early on, or if you're going to have a group of teenagers joyriding over in the fourth hole. So there's potential to be able to use this technology in other vehicles.
If there are no more questions, we can end it there. Round of applause.
The next team up is SoKrash.ai, who are transforming the way we fundamentally read and write using artificial intelligence and natural language processing, so that you and I can write any paper or email 3 to 5 times faster.
Imagine this. Imagine this. You're sitting at your desk trying to write a paper, lost for words. You're thinking, what is the next sentence should be? Then you try to write it, only for it to sound bad. Then you try to call up a friend for help, for inspiration. No answer. What are you going to do? Now, imagine if you had a friend right next to you, 24/7, always ready to help you with all of your writing endeavors. Now you can. Welcome to SoKrash.ai.
SoKrash.ai is an artificial intelligence system made to help professionals write 3 to 5 times faster in the world's most popular languages.
In my native language, SoKrash.ai means to shorten, which is exactly what we're here to do.
We would like to show you our real prototype today. Alisher, can you give me an example of something to write about?
Let's do the history of ice cream.
Everybody loves ice cream, so we'll go with that. For the title, we will put the history of ice cream. That will allow us to give theme to our paper. Then we'll put 1 to 2 sentences to give context for the rest of our writing. Once that is done, we hit the generate button, and voila. Within 2 seconds, the topic you were once stuck writing about has appeared.
What if I, let's say, want to paraphrase the last sentence?
You can do that. If you select the last sentence and right-click, you can select tones to rephrase your writing into.
What if, let's say, I want to change one word, like it's going on right there?
You can do that. You simply select that word, right-click, and synonyms appear for what you can change that word to based on your preference. That is the power of SoKrash.ai.
So what you saw here is only the tip of the iceberg. SoKrash.ai can not only help you generate text, paraphrase text, it can also help you with adjusting the tone of voice. Let's say you want to write something in a formal manner, or a funny manner, or witty, smart, sad, anything you want. It adjusts to your tone of voice that you specifically need. It can also help you with search engine optimization. It can help you summarize text. There is countless possibilities with this tool for writers and creators. However, this is only the tip of the iceberg again. Imagine all of this in the world's most popular languages in Central Asian countries. What you see here is not a prototype, it's the reality. In fact, it's the email that I sent to our beloved Katarina when I was trying to onboard her into our team. And I want you judges to take a guess how long it took me to write this email.
Any guesses?
30 minutes.
30 minutes. In fact, it only took me 5 minutes to write this monstrous email, while English being my third language. So you see the value here.
The problem is clear. Writing is hard, and it takes time to master. For professionals that are writing on a consistent basis, roadblocks occur. And we know that writing is essential for businesses, especially because communicating ideas is so crucial.
Completely agree with you. In fact, businesses spend from 1 up to 5 weeks to onboard a copywriter.
And the price of an average copywriter is up to $11,000 per month.
And even then, after onboarding, you incur additional costs in terms of time it takes for the copywriting to learn your business's unique tone of voice, your business's niche, your unique product.
This is what SoKrash.ai is solving.
Here at SoKrash.ai, we are devoted to removing the barriers between creators and AI technology, especially when it comes to language barriers in AI technology. Let me tell you an interesting detail about our industry. If, let's say, you want to create an English model, and then you want to create a similar model in non-English languages, it is extremely hard to transfer that knowledge into a different language. It's a very hard and technical problem that I have personally experienced. I'm from Kazakhstan. My first language is Russian. And there are currently really hard to find language models in this language. And today, I'm proud to announce that our team at SoKrash.ai is creating the first of its kind AI copywriting product in the Russian language centered for Central Asian and CIS markets.
SoKrash.ai is aimed to target creators, makers, and writers in the Central Asian countries. We have done a customer discovery program where we interviewed over 100+ users, and we found 100% of them were interested in trying our service and agreed that this is something that they need help solving. Additionally, with the 258 million people that speak Russian across the globe, making it the 8th most popular language, we have a target market large enough to reach writers of all professions.
Here we're talking about not only the language, but the whole region of the world where people communicate and speak in this language. And we're tackling here an untapped market. There's currently 0 players in this market of AI copywriting. The demand for it has been already tested in the US. In the US, there's countless companies that are currently in this field raising at least $2 million in funding, and their growth is unprecedented. They're making $3 to $2 million in yearly revenues. And in our case, one important detail of our company is we have built our own inference infrastructure. In simple language, if you look at the companies in the US AI copywriting market, almost all of them are using third-party APIs, third-party companies like OpenAI or Luther AI for running their infrastructures, for running their models, basically. And in our case, we were able to create our own model, which means our cost structure is much lower, which means we can scale faster, scale better, margins are much wider,
And yeah, in addition to that, we're using an AWS cloud system, which means we're using a special demand system that gives us virtually the lowest cost possible. What this means is when we have users that are coming to our site and that increases, the amount of servers for our platform increases. But when our amount of users demanding our product is decreased or at lower times of the day, we're not using as many servers, meaning that we're not using as many computational resources when demand doesn't require it, meaning we have the lowest cost possible when the demand does not have it.
Our business model is pretty simple. Subscription model that starts at $15 a month that scales up quickly with 6,000 users, putting us to more than $1 million in revenues. That is only 0.002% of the Russian-speaking population. We understand that copywriters must be not all of 258 million, but you can estimate how many copywriters in that population are. And not only copywriters, there is also marketers, entrepreneurs, creators, journalists, everyone who deals with text on a daily basis.
We're planning to launch in the upcoming months, and we have a variety of different target markets we're planning to reach. We plan to do this utilizing different target market strategies as shown on here, and with the hopes of that, bringing in a large market to SoKrash.ai.
And hopefully after the technology uptake will be finished, maybe in the end my parents will use the product too, but that's up for another day. I want to introduce us to our wonderful team behind this wonderful product. Vinit Sahni, he's a senior director at Ernst & Young. Katarina Nikolovsky, she is our head of marketing. She's currently the president of Purdue Marketing Association. She has worked for Facebook. She will be working for Eli Lilly this summer. Elnard Utyushev, he has graduated Purdue in 2020, top of his class, computer science with a concentration in machine learning and specifically natural language processing. He's currently a developer in California in Hulu. Jean Ivanov, we've been on many projects together. He is my favorite designer, has worked with several banks and fintechs, and he is the author of the design of this presentation and our brand identity. And my name is Alisher. I'm a senior in computer engineering with concentration in artificial intelligence. This is my third startup. This summer I'll be working for PwC. Artificial intelligence as a writing tool is already here. However, it's not here yet in the Central Asian and CIS countries. And we're planning to remove the barriers, especially the language barriers, and expand to Hindi and Arabic, which are very popular languages, again, with no solution, no product being given to the creators of those languages, to the people who use those languages.
We have been reading since the same way from the 1440s when the printing press was released. And we've been writing the same way since the 1980s when Microsoft Word was released. Today, we plan to take one giant leap further to revolutionize the way we write with AI-assisted writing with SoKrash.ai. We hope you're interested in joining our team, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, Randall.
For that presentation. So if I'm in a, let's say, Word document, how does your application interface with Word? Or is it just cut and paste?
Exactly. This is actually a very good question. So our vision of this product, actually that will be the fourth release, the fourth version of it. We have a story map, is to really integrate this product so that you don't have to open anything. It is in your computer as a plugin. You're writing an email, you lost for words, boom, complete generate. Paraphrase, change the tone, easy, fast, synonyms. Just really optimize writing. You don't have to be writing alone. Really, we have such great ideas in our minds that are really hard to communicate. I've seen brilliant people that just haven't had the time to learn the English language yet. But if they communicate, if they express their brilliant ideas, will just really bring so much value. And that's basically what our vision is. Bring this everywhere.
Thank you. Because transformers and inference software works off of what has already existed in the world, it seems like there would be a lot of room for plagiarism. So do you run by any sort of plagiarism tests or anything before
Yeah, in fact-
I submit my homework, for example?
Yeah. So we actually, in one of the interviews, we talked with this guy in San Francisco. He's a journalist, and he expressed that concern, which is actually a really good concern. So we are trying to build a system right now that will flag if this system is being used for plagiarism. Like if this use is unethical, we'll try to catch it. By the user behavior and tagging certain user behavior, you will be able to detect it. And we're really for ethical use cases in our startup because first of all, again, the idea is empower creators. It's for people to make their lives easier, to write better texts, write better copies, and express their ideas clearly.
In addition to how our model is working, we're hoping that every time you hit that generate button, it's a new, unique phrase of words and sentences.
It's also always original, yeah. So it's hard to catch plagiarism, which is why your concern is you're talking about, right?
So with the, I think we're all seeing the movement of information and access to information to understand, to critically thinking about it, and more specifically knowing if it's true or not. And so have you thought about a potentially a different use where someone could use your tool to see if it was not necessarily created by the tool, but created by some other tool that would be AI versus something that was more, human generated?
There's actually a lot of papers right now in the field being created in this field. It's paraphrase detection. So basically, there are some tools for paraphrasing, right? You can change the tone of voice from formal to witty and other stuff. Those are like advanced methods of paraphrase creation. So you could plagiarize something, paraphrase really in a strong way in a very different tone, and a human would able to capture it, but a lot of the weak algorithms that are being used, the old ones, won't capture it. But there is research papers about catching that, basically advanced paraphrase detection. And there's a lot of research in that field. And certainly for us it's easy because we just take those, state-of-the-art papers that are implemented currently in the field, and we have our engineers adopt them as products. Usually when papers come out, they come out with code, which makes our lives very much easier. In our case, we sometimes created our own models, which is really hard, which is actually I would say, our main competitive advantage.
We'll take one more.
So, how do you measure the effectiveness of your tool when somebody's writing? Is there, especially if you have an API, if they're working in Word or their email, whatever, how do you know that your tool is helping them?
Usually, during the interviews we did quantitative and qualitative analysis. Qualitative people would use it, then we would ask them, okay, so how do you feel like? How do you feel like you're writing faster, writing better? Do you think it's helping you? Like 100% people said, like, this is amazing, like, it's so much faster. Some people even swear during the interviews, and then they're like, I'm sorry for swearing. I'll be like, it's okay, swear. It's good for the morale of the team. But people are really like saying good words about this because the saying, two heads better than one. In this case, one brain is you, the writer, and the second brain is an artificial intelligence that read 10% of the internet, knows everything about your specific niche and business, and just help you with research and writing much faster. And you can also measure it quantitatively as well by measuring, okay, let's have like two groups, A/B test, right? A group writes by themselves, same segments, randomly like segregate people between the groups, and then B group uses our tool and measure how faster they can write, like 1,000 words on a certain topic. And choose people with a similar skill set. We haven't done that test, but I want to show you one statistic. Here you can see like 7 companies in this field, in the English AI copywriting. Any word copy AI, like copy AI is the top one of them, with $14 million raised, a couple of millions in revenues, 1.5 million monthly visitors. And that's a small yellow squiggly line there. And there's this company, Quillbot, that had this first mover advantage of entering the market 2 years earlier before everyone else, and before the launch of GPT-3. And you can see like how powerful that first mover advantage is. they 20x their customer base. And that's hopefully going to be us because we're going to be the first movers in the Central Asian market. And why I'm showing this to you, you see how many companies are there? Each one of them raised more than 2 million. And each one of them has recurrent operational revenue. And some of them have revenues in the range of like $3 to $4 million a year, which is a big number, and they're gonna only scale with, again, the technology uptake. We all haven't heard about writing with AI. It's only slowly getting adopted into our culture, but in the future, trust me, you're never going to write anything by yourself. It's just slow.
We're going to end questions there.
Thanks so much.
Okay, next up we have Velocity, helping deal makers move faster and reach farther by building a single system to manage client interactions across every medium.
It's undeniable. The start of the web marked a time that changed all of our lives. We learn differently, we work differently, and we even think differently. With this, all of our physical tools started to move online. Instead of mailing, we now use email. Instead of file systems, we use software such as DocuSign. Instead of conferences, we go to Zoom. However, this trend was going on prior to the pandemic. Google in 2016 had almost 1 billion users, and only 3 years after that, they had 1.5 billion. Now with the pandemic, this trend only increased. Zoom, while they had growth prior to the pandemic, had a niche on the market for these different conferences. They were able to get everyone on their platform and beat out other platforms such as Cisco and WebEx. With this, however, they create a new platform that is disconnected from the rest. For teams such as engineers, they were able to build their own solutions for this. Platforms like Asana allowed them to integrate all of their different tools under one platform and allow them to speed up their development. This, however, misses a massive market, and this is trust-based roles. With this is all about external communication. Face-to-face, I'm able to build a relationship with you that could last for a long time. However, through email and through a disconnected system, that's more challenging. If I want to schedule a meeting with you, I have to send you a Calendly link through email. That's 2 platforms. And then I have to decide which video platform I want to call you on. That's a 3rd one that I'm having to manage. This is all disconnected and slows down that process. Our solution is one workspace, similar to Asana, but for these trust-based enterprises with a communication focus. With this, there needs to be 3 focuses. That is customization, modularity, and collaboration. It needs to be customizable since it should be just like your office, however stored in the software. It should be just like working with your team in person, and it should be that customizable. On the right of our screen, you can see a screenshot from our platform. This is from our internal workspace, and that's how we decide to lay it out. However, you don't have to lay it out that way if that doesn't work for you. You can move them around, and it's fully editable. The second thing is modularity. We want you to be able to work well and fast. With this, we build tried and tested workflow mechanisms that can help you move faster. These are such as inboxes, timelines, pages, and yeah. For our prototype, we have 4 main things. Our first one is a modular inbox. This takes a spin on the classic inbox. If I were to open up Gmail or Outlook, no matter what I'm using it for, I'm always met with the same view, a large list of the emails I've gotten. These platforms have spam filtering to avoid unnecessary emails. However, whenever I look at my email, I'm not wanting to see everything. I have a specific intention that I'm going onto my email for. We allow you to filter through that via your different pages. You could have one page for one client you're working with and another one for your other client. This allows you to only focus on the contacts that you need at that moment. Our other 3 things focus around the general platform. This allows you to work better and faster in an online environment. With that, we focus on productivity, modularity, and collaboration. I focused on modularity a little earlier, and with collaboration, that's important since you want to work with your team. We want to replace the workplace. This is a collaborative environment in the office, and with that, we need that online. Completely seamless to prohibit any loss of flow of information. If I'm communicating with someone on my team, I want them to be able to get that information real time to be able to provide me feedback on what's good and what's bad. Our business is structured off of the classic business model of freemium. With this, we offer a free tier to individuals. This allows them to come onboard our platform and try it out to see if it would work for their team. Try out a few workflows with no limitations besides it being only for them. Next, we have the premium model where you only pay for the people you need. You pay per seat and have unlimited collaboration. The third option is enterprise, and this allows us to build a complex relationship with the enterprises using our software. We can give them additional customization, such as their own subdomain, where we can then host even more customization than we allow on the original platform. To build our market, we plan on structuring it around community and content. We want to build a strong community behind our platform who are willing to use our product and willing to give us advice on it. To do this, we want to focus on the super users, the users who are willing to give us feedback on our different iterations. We want to be able to try ideas with these and get actual usable feedback from them. In addition to this, we hope that these super users can go ahead and create more content for us. In this, other teams coming on board can utilize these super users' workflows to then strengthen their office-based connections. And then once we have gone through a specific industry with this model, we then expand to the next. We are in a great position within this industry. There are several other tools out there for either communication or productivity, but they don't do both. With this, we can come in and provide both the productivity side, which allows you to build up your organization within the software, as well as have external communication with the different teams that you want to interact with outside, just as if you were meeting with a conference.
We've got an exceptional team working on this project. I come from a background in venture capital. I worked for an emerging fund back in 2019 as a senior in high school. We were studying the future of work over the course of the pandemic. So I had a really great opportunity to watch, hundreds of companies and write memos on hundreds of companies that were evolving to address this, new market of how do we work without an office space. And one of the things we noticed is how teams coped with losing this central source of culture that was the office, and how they were able to move that online. And that's what we're building with, or that's what we're trying to build with Velocity.
I come from a technical background, having started programming when I was 9. Along with that, due to the long time I've been programming, I programmed many different systems from computers to Arduinos, as well as many different applications from full stack to AI.
And our product manager, Erica, we met over in San Francisco. She was running a hacker house called The Garden for women in tech. She's an operational genius and held a couple operational roles in a couple crypto organizations and a fund called MealMe, which did meal delivery in San Francisco.
We're in a perfect position to enable these trust-based teams to come online and bring their communication to our platform. Thank you for listening, and we'd love to hear your questions. If we're unable to get to any questions, feel free to reach out to us by the emails provided. Internally, we already use our workspace to help accelerate our communication and our work, so we should be able to reach out to you in limited time.
Wouldn't you consider Slack and Microsoft Teams also competitors? I didn't see those on the slide.
So, thank you for asking that. We've looked at Slack. Slack does a great job at internal communication. Part of our focus is more on reaching out, and Slack in particular started to enter this space with Slack Connect. but they were really built and they were really designed around that internal communication. What we're focused on the productivity side is powering users to reach out more, manage relationships outside of the organization, work with people who aren't necessarily under their management. That's more of our focus.
Just to add to that question, so help me understand. Your platform, does it take, like, if I wanted to use Zoom versus WebEx, I put Zoom onto the platform, and so I'm taking kind of whatever is my best in class, as opposed to like Microsoft Teams as an example. I mean, you have to use, if you use their suite, you have to use their stuff, right?
Yeah.
Use their file system, use their email, you use their documents and all that kind of stuff. So what you're saying is we can take kind of these tools, different tools, whichever ones we want, and we can create our own platform, basically.
Yeah, we integrate, we started with email as kind of our first mover because that's what's most commonly used. We have planned integrations from everything from Zoom, DocuSign, all the way to Twitter and Discord, depending on the demographic we're looking at. Our main focus in terms of what we're developing as a product is the productivity side and collaboration, and really mastering that area of our user experience.
On the freemium model, right? So we've seen a lot of success with that on viral kind of growth, but I think there's a tie to first value and maybe sharing that makes product-led growth where it ends up sharing. So can you walk us through like the customer journey that they receive that first value, that it turns from like, this is kind of fun to have, into, oh my God, I can't live without this?
Yeah, so for example, one of the people we're working with runs a syndicate. So what they'll get is they have a Calendly and they get 20 meetings a day or 20 meeting requests a day, and they have to filter through who do I want to talk to, who do I need to follow up with, and before they manage that all on Airtable. And we're working with them now to develop their process in our platform. So what that might look like for them is we got on a call with them, a discovery call, and we're like, okay, we can organize your workflow. So whenever someone makes a Calendly event, we can add them to this list, pull a little bit of data about them from their email. He logs on, and now he's got, first thing he sees is these are all the people that want to have a meeting with me. You can go through, read their emails. This person will pass on them. That's a quick one click away. He'll move them to another list, pass. He wants to follow up with this person. One-click email template to have them book a call, and then that continues along the process. So as he grows and he expands his use of the system, with this process to sort of other processes, maybe fundraising from LPs, his whole workflow becomes embedded in our software, and that's how it really becomes something that they can't live without.
Do you consider like what is your ICP, like your ideal customer profile, and like when you're selling within an organization, who is the purchaser, right? Like who would be the target person to approve and sign off on this contract and all of that?
So right now we're starting with emerging managers because that's somewhere I have a lot of experience. In my personal network, I know a lot of emerging managers, and they happen to be, very high value customers, someone that will provide good feedback and be very critical, but also early adopters.
Do you see any issue with the compatibility with, let's say you're working with managers across different companies in terms of compatibility with the in-house products, even though they're off the shelf, but they're specifically designed so that the in-house IT department has control over them? Do you see any sort of friction between the two or integration issues?
That's something we've thought about. Like I said, with part of our target customer is smaller teams. who will take sort of a full self-service package. That's our goal to provide is self-service package. No IT, you don't need a department to manage it. In terms of approaching this bigger enterprise contract, that's something we'll have to engage with. But those are our early customers.
And last question from our virtual judge. They said just focusing on the video conferencing, they have a lot of meetings and are really annoyed by various meeting platforms like Zoom, WebEx, Google Meet, and other proprietary tools. So is it possible to use your platform to have one-click access to all the video meetings without navigating different software and web packages to all of these tools?
Yeah, totally. So we've been looking at integrations with Zoom. We've also checked out WebEx, just to name two. There's a couple methods we can go about it, depending on how we gauge user perception, from just providing one link that opens up the software to actually embedding it in our software itself.
And we're going to cut off questions there.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much.
Coming up next is 2020 Meds, who are making giant leaps in the digital healthcare space.
Our healthcare
sucks.
The U.S. healthcare system is slow, complicated, and expensive. We spend the most, but yet have the lowest life expectancy and health outcomes out of any other developed nation. Due to our complicated healthcare system, patient access to treatment is delayed, and thus diminishing the quality of care for the patient. I have seen this firsthand during my internship at MD Anderson Cancer Center, where I saw an 18-year-old patient with a really rare form of aggressive cancer get his treatment delayed due to communication barriers between physicians and health insurance companies. Now, this not only affects patients themselves, but this also affects pharmaceutical companies as well. More specifically, getting a drug into patients' hands is complicated. It takes around 15 years to get a drug FDA approved, where once a drug is FDA approved, it doesn't mean it reaches patients' hands. In fact, pharmaceutical companies have to take around 6 to 12 months in order to negotiate a drug price and reimbursement with health insurance companies. Now, these negotiations have around only a 33% success rate. Thus, not only delaying the overall patient care, it also affects pharmaceutical companies as well. Now, here's a diagram showcasing all the complicated major players that are involved in just bringing a singular drug to patients alone. I want you to primarily focus on the drug makers and the health insurance companies, where these 6 to 12 months negotiations cost around $13 billion alone. Going back to how pharmaceutical companies are affected, it takes around 15 years to get a drug FDA approved, where a patent life takes around 20 years, thus only giving them a gap of 5 years to make a return on their investment, where up to $265 billion being lost per month alone once a patent expires. Up to $400 million can be lost if a pharmaceutical company fails to negotiate with the health insurance company. And $30.8 billion is spent on these negotiations alone, not only between pharmaceutical and health insurance companies, but also other major players within the healthcare ecosystem.
So now I have a solution. We looked at this problem and this gaping big hole in the communication system within the healthcare industry that billions of dollars are being poured into, and priceless time is being spent on negotiations and not on patient care. And we were like, how do we fix this? So we decided to look towards the players in the industry and ask them what they think, which led us to conduct over 100 customer interviews across 14 months among the 4 major players in the healthcare ecosystem. And this led to 2020 Meds, a website-based platform that brings all the players together on one site to have easy communication and fast communication between all of them. So this is a mock-up of what our website we hope to look like, and this is from the example of a pharmaceutical company.
They would be able to log in and they would be able to search for different health insurance companies to negotiate their drug prices with. This next perspective is from a physician's perspective. So this physician works at MD Anderson Cancer Center, and the main two problems that we saw physicians face in our customer interviews are finding places to lead clinical trials and completing prior authorizations. They'll be able to find these clinical trials through our website by searching up the field that they want to perform in, and different health insurances will be able to, different pharmaceutical companies will be able to appear, and then they could click on them and start negotiations and get a contract going. And the second one is completing prior authorizations. So prior authorizations, as mentioned in Joseph's story, is when a company, when a health insurance blocks the treatment from a patient because they feel like it is not worth the money. And then if a physician feels like that, that drug will help the patient and will help them survive, they need to argue with the health insurance in order to get that through. So for this process to be fast is integral to saving lives within this department. This next mock-up is for health insurance companies. They will be able to find cheaper alternatives when they talk to different pharmaceutical companies, which is just one, and these are just 4 of the many ways that our program can be used. Now you may be wondering, in the first slide there were only 3 puzzle pieces, and we said that we had talked to the 4 main players, and this 4th player, unmentioned, was the FDA, and we're currently targeting only pharmaceutical companies, health insurance, and physicians to come to our website and talk, and then once the FDA sees how easy it is to negotiate with these players and between the industry, then we hope that they will be able to join our site as well, which would then lead to pharmaceutical companies being able to negotiate with the FDA on our site and get the process done faster and save money to release drugs to the market.
Now, we could save pharmaceutical companies up to $7 billion by expediting the process that takes place between just getting a drug to patients' hands, where the 6 to 12 months time period could be reduced, thus giving them time to make a return on their investment. Furthermore, it also decreased the amount of resources that goes into having these negotiations and bringing the drugs to the market. We could save health insurance companies up to $6 billion alone by expediting this process as well, and on top of that, with communicating with other players, such as the pharmaceutical companies and physicians as well, and other major players. We'd be able to save physicians around $26 billion in the costs associated with just communicating with health insurance companies, where we can take out the administrative tasks that they spend and focus it on the physician's main job, which is patient care. Now, we would charge a monthly base subscription of around $10,000, which is a marginal cost to these large multi-billion-dollar organizations, as well as the value that we provide as well. So the global digital healthcare market is at around $200 billion. The US digital healthcare market is around $85 billion. And our targeted market is $3.5 billion. So currently we're building relationships with medium to large size pharmaceutical companies such as Novartis and CRISPR Therapeutics. We're also building relationships with medium to large size health insurance companies such as UHG as well as Prime Therapeutics. And I have personal relationships with people at Cigna, the US Food and Drug Administration, and MD Anderson Cancer Center. So our go-to-market strategy, how are we going to acquire users and customers? Well, the healthcare industry is a very relationship-based industry where we would go to these large conferences of pharmaceutical companies, regulatory agencies, as well as physicians and health insurance companies in order to build these relationships and get them onto our platform. So why are we qualified to build this? Well, I have previous experience in the healthcare space where I interned at MD Anderson Cancer Center, where I saw the many problems that the patients and physicians faced. I've also worked at the US Food and Drug Administration, where I saw the processes that goes into developing a drug or into approving a drug and bringing it to the market. Also, we'll be working at Cigna on behalf of Cigna Express Scripts, where I'll be negotiating drug prices with pharmaceutical companies on behalf of Cigna. My brilliant co-founder here has worked at Miller Hull, where he developed software for this architecture firm based in Seattle. So join us in accelerating healthcare and ensuring that patients get back the time that they need, and we're no longer wondering, what if? Thank you.
Now open the floor to questions.
So I know whenever you mention the FDA, several people here on the table kind of looked at one another and snickered a little bit, right? This is a big and movable organization. And then when you finally get to the end and say, oh, by the way, I worked there one time, it lent a little bit of credibility, but really late in the presentation. I'm sure there's probably a required format here, but in other formats, maybe moving that toward the beginning and saying, we worked at Cigna, maybe we have advisors, mentors, past colleagues there. That would really lend credibility, I think, to the rest of the presentation.
Thank you.
Maybe you could help me understand this. You made a comment about relationships being important in this business, and that seems to be disconnected from facilitating the communications across the players via your website.
Yeah.
Bridge that for me.
Yeah. So essentially, like the solutions that we had were essentially, because let's just say, I'll just give you a story, like a perspective of a pharmaceutical company, and I actually have a personal relationship with them at CRISPR Therapeutics. So he was actually worked at Gilead, one of the biggest pharma companies, and he had like a network of payers that he talked to. And Moderna, CRISPR Therapeutics is about to get their drug, like phase 3 clinical trials for one of their CAR T drugs. And now they need a team to negotiate these prices and reimbursement with health insurance companies. And so now he literally got recruited out of there, got like a whole big benefit package, bigger than Gilead. And then now he's involved in just building the relationships up and building a whole team. And so they really value like these relationships, and our platform would essentially just like have everyone on it, just be expediting the process, especially for smaller and medium-sized pharma companies.
I'm going to follow up to that question, maybe ask it a different way. I guess of these different players, I think there were 3 if you leave the FDA out. Is there one that carries the largest stick that you could onboard first to pull everybody else? And an example that I'm reminded of is GE Appliances a few years ago built a website called First Build where they could put products out and people would upvote, and it was on this wave of crowdfunding. And it reminds me a bit of that. I suspect you'll put some drug out there. Does anybody find value in this? What's your patient base? So that's why you need the physicians there. Would it be helpful if Novartis or Gilead, or is that the big whale you need on platform first, or?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. So our biggest whale would be the health insurance companies.
Okay.
So currently we have relationships with Cigna and UHG. So yeah, those are the biggest whales.
How does your process compare to what the purchasing or the pricing process is currently? I mean, you're talking about huge lobbying groups for each of those 3 categories of stakeholders. So how does your model differ from kind of what the existing is?
For sure. So when I was giving these customer interviews and talking with everyone, the current process of the old way is literally picking up the phone and dialing up and using even their own networks in order to get these negotiations started. It's not even centralized, it's very disconnected. And that's what we are essentially doing, putting everyone on our platform. And yeah, that's essentially what we're doing. Because it's very time consuming and yeah.
In addition to yourselves, where do you find the subject matter experts in each of those buckets? The people that are, they may not be at the top of the chain, they're somewhere below, but the folks that are, sending the communication, negotiating, how do you find those? Have you found them in each of those buckets?
Yeah, I've found them each in the buckets. It was a lot of customer interviews and talking with them, and I don't know if you want to know the position that they specifically have, but they call it market access within each division, or reimbursement, trade, national account managers, something like that. And we primarily target them, and we target the executive directors and the VPs there. And so that's what we're currently doing. Yeah, and I actually have like a call next week with Novartis, as well as a smaller pharma company next week.
Why did you decide on the $10,000? Is that per what period of time? And why did you decide on that as your revenue?
Yeah, so there's a competitor. They're mainly focused on network of physicians and scientists to share R&D knowledge and stuff like that, and they started off with a $10,000 monthly base subscription. So that's why we started off like that.
Why not consider, I mean, if you guys are saving these guys that kind of money, why not something that's value-based pricing as opposed to something that's subscription?
Well, so just to answer your earlier question, it will be $10,000 a month. That would be our time for payment. And
yeah, we could honestly open up to value-based pricing as well. So
I mean, if you could really crack that,
yeah,
absolutely.
it would be absolutely very good.
because at the beginning, we're mostly targeting small to medium-sized pharma companies, and then if we get them on board, and then the big pharma can see that we're trustworthy and that our site can be used and can save money, and then we're hoping that they come on board, and then once the big pharma come on board, we can have some sort of metric saying like how much we'll save you, and then we can raise the price if we're saving a company more than another company.
And just one observation on your stakeholders. I think to me, what was missing there was CMS.
Yeah, CMS.
So, yeah.
Who's the competitor? Is it Armark Bio?
No, it's the competitor.
Yeah.
It's H1.
H1.
Is the competitor.
We'll take one more question.
Not to be cynical, I think I saw on your slide, are you all sophomores now? How do you have these relationships?
So in high school, I was working on this project, but it wasn't like a business kind of thing. It was more like, oh, I'm interested in drug pricing and things like that, and it spiraled out of that.
In high school?
Yeah, and then, yeah, I know, crazy, right? And then a mentor worked for HHS OIG, which is like, terms for like the police, the FBI for the everything healthcare in the United States. And she guided me through the system of everything of how it worked. Yeah, she was responsible for like persecuting some like pharma companies, big pharma companies. But yeah, and then she told me, and then I was curious. So there's like PBMs, pharma companies, physicians, and then I reached out to each and every one of them, just asking, what's going on.
Smart. And we're gonna cut off questions there.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah.
As a quick little announcement before we move on to our next team, if you guys have questions, please use the mics because the audience can't necessarily hear, and it would be great if you guys could use that. That being said, remote work is not going away, and with it, remote workers have the flexibility of living anywhere. Our next team, Feature Property, is working on a search discovery platform to help remote workers discover their next home. The mics are not on? Okay. Thank you.
Congratulations. You just got a job offer. And guess what? You can work anywhere you want. It's remote. And guess what you have to do? You have to find your next home. So what do? You go to a conventional real estate platform. Maybe you go to Zillow. Guess what? On their homepage, you have to type in a city. You type in the United States, it shuttles you over to Brooklyn. It's impossible to do nationwide searches on existing platforms. So maybe now you need to go and figure out what city you want to live in. So what's your destination? Google. The entire first page of Google is just SEO-generated content telling you what cities are the best to live in. Number one result is Columbia, South Carolina, because it has awesome nightlife, apparently. This clearly doesn't work for most people. And with a lot of people going remote, how are they supposed to find their next home? 60% of people are going to be remote workers by 2030. And just last year, 4.7 million people became remote workers. All of these people need to find a home. Housing is a $6.5 trillion market every single year. People spend $300,000 on a single home. This is an immense opportunity to help people find homes with the factors that they care most about. People don't necessarily care about what city a home is in. They care about the characteristics that a home has. They care about how close is my home to the nearest park. What's the crime rate in the city that I'm going to live in? And how far am I from an Italian restaurant that has more than 4.5 stars in Yelp? Oh, how far am I from the nearest national park? Can I live in a state which minimizes my state income tax? Can I live in a neighborhood with great schools? Those are the questions that people are asking. Nobody cares about living in a specific city. They want the features associated with the city. So the question is, how can we commoditize real estate and help people discover houses on the features that they care most about? And we have a solution for that. The first thing is understanding what our customers want. Some people really care about fast internet speed access. On the other hand, some people care about being really close to a beach. Those are two very separate problems to solve, but they do have some overlaps. So here's how we tackle it. We have users type in a blurb where they write out exactly what they're looking for. And then we're able to parse out the key parts of what they said. So I'm going to go ahead and give you an example. Let's say I'm Joe. I recently signed a job offer, and I'm looking for a place with great schools, low taxes, great weather. Those three parameters, we can parse those three parameters out, and then we're able to look through 6.5 million homes. And each of those homes' feature property has already tagged with characteristics, and then we're able to perform lookups. So once we have a short list of a couple listings that might be relevant to a user, what do we do next? Well, we strip a lot of the identifying information out of a posting, and then we go ahead and give those to our user and get them in touch with real estate agents. Real estate agents pay a $50 fee in exchange for us making the connection, and they also pay a 1% commission on the total home sale. So a $300,000 house would result in a $3,000 commission for us. This is a fairly lucrative market for a couple of reasons. One, it's scaled really well. When we collect more data and when we add information to our listings, what we're doing is we're allowing people to discover houses. The ability to discover houses is important for people. I'm going to share a personal story of mine. I moved from India to San Francisco a couple years ago. And one of the first things I did when finding my first home was how close is it to a school? I used Google Maps for that. How close is it to a park? How close is it to a library? How well is the lighting inside the house? And for each one of those houses, I either had to manually fill it in a spreadsheet, those characteristics, and then use essentially what was a decision matrix to make my decision. Or in many cases, I had to go physically to the property and look at the lighting. All of that stuff could have been automated. And that's what I'm hoping Feature Property can do. I have a background with machine learning. I'm currently leading a team of 11 undergraduate and graduate researchers who are studying human activity recognition and using machine learning to classify slips, trips, and falls in industrial settings. I've also previously worked with Sandia on helping them build up their open source libraries to detect flights. In the past, I've also worked with Google as a product manager intern on the BigQuery platform, and scale was at the top of what I was doing. I'm excited to bring all of these characteristics into Feature Property and help people find the hidden gems across America. Let's help commoditize real estate.
How are you compiling and validating your data? Because if you talk about platforms like Yelp, and I'm angry because I had one really bad experience, those often throw off a lot of the data. So where is the data coming from and how are you validating it?
Sure. So home listings come from the MLS. The MLS is a listing service which a lot of real estate agents use to put out their home addresses that are up for sale. Once we have those 6.5 million listings from the MLS, which I previously talked about, we're then going ahead and getting specific features related to the property. So for that, we're leveraging APIs a lot. So I'm going to go ahead and give an example of one feature that we go ahead and do. And that is the greenery. People want to, when we talk to users, they want to live in green environments. So for that, we literally take the address, we send an API call to Google Maps, we get the satellite imagery, and we count the number of green pixels. So as long as there's no tennis courts inside the neighborhood, we have a pretty accurate score of how green a neighborhood is. And there's other really cool ways that we've been able to collect data. We're able to use the census for internet access and see, hey, does this zip code have good internet access? And in many cases, we hope to eventually augment that by directly going to, say, AT&T or some other communications provider and say, hey, do you provide service at this address? So we really rely on third parties to go ahead and be able to pull that data, and then we want to provide one central source. Our main value add is A, going to those third-party APIs and being able to collect that data, and B, surfacing that to users so that they're easily able to search it up. Over the last couple of years, there's been a lot of advances in search, and we're hoping to leverage that. Does that answer your question? Awesome.
Have you market tested that 1% commission? That's kind of rich. And who does that come from? Does it come from the listing agent, the buyer's agent? How does that work?
Yeah, so it currently comes from the buyer's agent. I can go ahead and give the walkthrough for how it works. So let's say I moved you from, let's say you hypothetically were in California and I moved to Washington. You're right off the bat saving 10% a year in income tax. That's on your entire income. So the value add that we provide is tremendous. The buyer's agent is the one who's paying this 1% commission. And if you look at buyer's agents, they're used to paying that 1% commission already. They've been paying that for ages to Keller Williams, Coldwell Brokers, or whoever their listing agency is. Instead, they'd also be adding us to it. These are extremely high-value customers that we're providing. And we're providing these leads. These are very high-intent leads that have shown intent throughout the process. So I hope that answered your question.
Just to follow to that, because I had a similar question. Have you conducted any surveys with agents specifically to talk about that 1%, or what would cause them to use your service?
Yeah, so I have not directly talked with agents. The core reason with pricing is it's grounded with how much Zillow is currently charging agents. They're charging agents anywhere between $20 to $220 per lead. And then associations like Keller Williams, Sotheby's, Coldwell Brokers, they're all charging 1% and of closing cost of the total home property sales at the end. So just to give a greater picture on the real estate market, when you buy a home, 6% of probably what you spent isn't even going to the person who owned the home, but just got caught up in the middle as me.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, can you tell I'm shopping for a house? Will you maintain the geography bound? So even if I'm bound by a certain geography, can I still use this tool because you have so much richer features if I'm not? Can I still search by zip code?
At the moment, no. But the way our data is structured is possible for us to add that functionality down the road. I was recently talking to a customer who's at a company which would pay him 85% of his base if he was in certain areas, versus 100% of his base in other locations. And that functionality that you mentioned of people being able to filter out locations is really important for us. And we're hoping that with additional investment, we're able to get engineers and get cracking right on that.
Yep. Are any of your potential filters proprietary in any way?
When you mean proprietary, that means filters that we generate. So with the greenery thing that I previously mentioned, I haven't seen anyone else doing that exact same thing. And I also, a lot of my background comes from machine learning, even in my current role as a researcher, where just in our last project, we came up with 110 features to categorize just 15 seconds of accelerometry data. So I'm confident that we will be able to add more functionality and more of those proprietary features down the road.
Can you speak to the profile of the customer? Is it a family? Is it a single person fresh out of school? And then also what their disposition is to buy an apartment versus a townhome versus an actual physical home?
Yeah, so this would work for anyone who's willing to uplift their roots and live anywhere they want. They need to care a lot about where they're living. So it's not going to be someone who just stays in their basement doing nothing. They need to be the people who go around and interact with their local restaurants in the neighborhood, go around to the park. It also needs to be people who have that liquid cash, $300K, or whatever that down payment, 60K would be. And then these are remote workers have historically been typically fairly high net worth individuals, also who primarily have either worked in tech, consulting, or other adjacent industries.
What do you hypothesize, kind of along the same line of like target persona, what do you hypothesize you're going to spend on acquiring a single customer?
Yeah, so let's go with the example of how Zillow brings the customers into their current thing. A lot of it is through word of mouth. One of the most attractive avenues that we've seen so far is just developer communities. So software engineers, a lot of them have been working remote. And the cost for advertising over there is, if you build a great product, then people are willing to use it. And spending money on advertising is something that I'm not the most eager about, but that is something that, as I gain more expertise, I'm hoping to be able to revisit that.
So, just walk me through, like the, well, it's working now. The 1% commission plus the $50, like, is that, and I apologize if you covered it when I had to step out, but is that, like, how did you come to that pricing?
Yeah. So currently, let's say you bought a $300,000 house. You pay 3% to the buyer's agent, 3% to the seller's agent. The buyers and seller agents each probably give 1% to their firm underneath them, which is just the branding that they use. They also probably give $300 or so in generating that lead, either to Zillow, and then maybe they've also spent $400, $500 on advertising, whether that's at your local grocery store, on your local television channel, or whatnot. So that $50 that we're taking is essentially, it would come from the same pool that they're already spending on Zillow, or that they're already spending at their local grocery store in advertising. The 1% that we're taking comes from the same pool that they would have been otherwise giving to listing agencies such as Coldwell Brokers, SoKrash.ai, or other listing firms.
So rather than being an aggregator who is layering on top of all these other things to then lead gen into them, you want to be the origination spot and replace these parties effectively, or be the main point of contact?
Yeah, so when we're giving these home recommendations to people, a lot of these home recommendations we're giving are not in primary markets, they're in secondary, tertiary markets, which typically see very low volume home sales. So that's only 4 or 5 homes a year. So the brand name that's associated with a current listing agency like Coldwell Brokers is not as valuable inside those markets. So we think that just skipping out that middleman and being able to take that 1% commission directly is something that's very lucrative for us and will help us scale. Currently, there's almost probably $70 billion spent just in those commissions, and that 1% commission is currently there, so that's a fairly large lucrative market for us to tap into. Yeah.
Just a quick question. So, to be able to track that from the very beginning that you started describing, all the way through the transaction, how do you do that?
Yeah, so one thing that a concern of ours is that we go ahead and give this user a property, and then they go ahead and cut us out and just find an agent directly inside the real estate market, inside that market that we've suggested. And to do that, we basically remove the identifying information from the property, and we say that, hey, we have 3 or 4 properties in this greater region, and let's schedule a time for you to get in touch with this agent, and they're a local expert. They know a lot about the area. Let's get you in touch with them.
And we're going to cut off questions there.
And the next team up is Plurimos, a financial technology company that is building a credit card management platform and integrated payment card to create an effortless payment optimization.
2 weeks ago, me and Alexander were invited to speak at a financial literacy conference, and as a result, we had to fly to Atlanta. I got my ticket for absolutely free, and in addition, I ravaged the Sky Lounge in the Indianapolis airport. Now, how did I do this? With the power of credit card rewards. Now, unfortunately, 1/3 of all Americans never redeem their credit card rewards. And this financial literacy surrounding credit cards has ballooned into a nationwide problem. The average household is in over $6,000 of credit card debt. And in addition, people are opening more credit cards without taking into account rewards or their current portfolio in order to optimize it. This is leading people to have more credit cards and lower credit scores. The solution to this is the Plurimos payment card. The Plurimos payment card is not a credit card. Instead, much like a GPS app routes you to your destination in the optimal way, the Plurimos payment card routes your transaction to the optimal payment card. Now, for example, if a user has 5 credit cards and they link all of them to the Plurimos card, they can pay at point of sale with the Plurimos payment card, and then our system will handle which credit card to pay the transaction with. And we can also optimize for a user's specific goals, whether that be to optimize strictly rewards, increase their credit score, or lower their debt. In addition to this, we offer the Plurimos mobile app, which is a centralized interface for someone to view all of their credit card analytics and spending habits. In addition, the mobile app offers a debt repayment platform, which allows the user to give us one lump sum in which we optimally distribute across all of their open debt accounts. This means that if someone has, say, $3,000 of open debt and they give us $1,000, we can determine which debt accounts to pay down in order to lower their interest or increase their credit score.
So out of the 171 million Americans who own credit cards, we believe that the 55.6 million Americans and millennials and Gen Z are the best fit for Plurimos. Millennials graduated university in the midst of the 2008 financial crisis and have been burdened by credit card debt and student loans ever since. Gen Z, on the other hand, is the most credit-active generation in history, and both generations are adopting fintech at an unprecedented rate. Out of this, we believe we can safely get 2% of the market, which is, in this case, 2.25 million people. So the dream of Plurimos is to operate solely on a data analytics-driven business model. And while this may surprise you, once we hit a critical mass of about 20,000 users, we can sell user data for up to $17.50 per user per month. In addition, the Plurimos card will take a fee generally ranging between $10 and $25 per month, and the debt repayment system will take a 0.1% fee. The competitive landscape for fintech services is ever growing. Quicken Loans provides a centralized platform for people to budget and pay bills. NerdWallet provides free financial literacy articles online to help people select their credit cards. Max Rewards, our closest competitor, provides an app that gives people manual abilities to figure out which credit cards they should use at a given location near them. Most of their optimization ability is hidden behind a paywall in which users pay an average of $25 per month to access. Plurimos is one giant leap ahead of its competition with the Plurimos payment card and debt repayment system. Plurimos is currently patent pending, and we will also be compatible with all other fintech services. This means you can add the Plurimos payment card to your Apple Wallet, to your Venmo, to your Cash App, and to any other service you may use. Our initial go-to-market strategy revolves around publishing free financial literacy content online, both on YouTube and social media. We also plan on leveraging our position as university students to help use university press and create ambassadors at other universities to help create this initial user base. As we get larger, we plan on mainly using referrals to grow our user base. Referrals are tried and true in the fintech industry. They have yielded 8 to 10% week-over-week growth for months on end for companies like PayPal and Coinbase. We also plan on partnering with financially focused and credible influencers on platforms like Instagram and TikTok to help further grow our user base. And lastly, we plan on continuing to use free financial literacy blog posts and online social media posts to continue the company's mission of promoting financial literacy worldwide.
So why are two college kids poised to change the future of personal finance? Well, I have over half a decade of experience writing financial algorithms specifically pertaining to cryptocurrency mining and its trade. In addition, my previous company called Charitas was the world's first multi-algorithmic cryptocurrency mining program that donated directly to charity, and at one point in development, it was the world's most optimized of its kind.
My name is Alexander Zimbalist, and I worked at an independent mergers and acquisitions consulting firm where I learned about value proposition, basic taxes, and figuring out how to move money through a company. And I also worked within financial literacy education, so I'm very familiar with the challenges that many Americans face regarding credit cards.
But we are not alone. Our board of advisors consists of Mit Patel and Dr. Abfazal Hashemi. Mit Patel is the CEO of the CEO of SwiftSkew, which is a Y Combinator-backed data analytics and credit processing firm for independent convenience stores. In addition, Dr. Hashemi he researches security-based machine learning and artificial intelligence algorithms. In addition, we are supported by the John Martinson Entrepreneurship Center, the Silicon Valley Boiler Innovation Group, and legally we are supported by Gottlieb, Rackman, and Reisman, and we currently have a key partnership with Akoya Financial. So where are we now? Last week, we launched the beta version of the Plurimos mobile app, which allows users to see which credit card to pay at point of sale for stores around them. And we have also contracted a security professional to work with us over the summer. And as we look towards the future, we are looking at a Q3 2022 launch of the full Plurimos mobile app and debt repayment platform. And we are slated to launch the Plurimos payment card in Q2 of 2023. Now, the most frequent question that we get asked is, what does Plurimos mean? And it's Latin for the many, and it signifies the aggregation of all credit cards into one. And with that, I hope together we can change personal finance in America. Thank you. We are now open for questions.
Can you guys do card partitioning? So let's just say it was a $100 purchase. You had 10 cards. Could you put 10 on each card?
As of right now, no, and we don't really foresee that to be a feature, given that we're more oriented towards forwarding to the most optimal card, and so maximizing rewards is based primarily around the amount, and in addition, interchange fees, which are what credit card processors charge, would effectively invalidate that in the market.
Can you talk a little bit about your IP?
Yes. So right now we have a provisional patent in the utility of a credit card that is used at point of sale, and then the charge information gets forwarded to our servers, and we therefore forward the information regarding that charge, which is amount, merchant type, and location, which are regular acquiring bank information, and we then forward that to the optimal card. That is what our intellectual property consists of.
So do you get the information from the processing company?
So we're currently working on, or we are currently part of the Verifone developer program, and we're working on integrating Verifone's tools in order to properly analyze and securely transmit that information to our servers, and outsourcing that to the different acquiring banks.
When did you apply? When was the application submitted?
Oh, for the developer program?
No, for the IP.
Oh, IP was submitted in November of 2021.
Have you had any action on it? Office action, like have they responded to your application?
We were granted the provisional patent. I'm not sure I understand the question. If we could talk a little bit about that.
Take it off.
So, basically, so you have the credit card. I get that side, right? It's like does it automatically decide? That's just one quick question, or can you customize? But more importantly, like, talk to me about the debt repayment system, because one of my prior investments that we exited called Ask Trim, which did that. That was a very hard product to scale. They even had an integration with Experian to get the debt information and then optimize debt. But ultimately, we had to sell the company. So the user behavior on that is a pretty hard thing to get them to do the best practice. Even though in theory it makes sense. So I'm curious how you think about that.
Yeah, so that's a great question. That's where our one of our key partnerships Akoya Financial comes in, which they're a data aggregation firm for banks, and they give us direct access to banking. And they're a brand new startup, and so we're one of their first customers to initiate a partnership with them. And so they allow us to get low-level access to a user's financials in accordance to their credit accounts. So we could get debt information from their bank whenever they link their account, and as a result, we can also initiate payments through their portal. Yeah, did that fully answer your question?
Yeah, and just the credit card part, can you choose, or is it like which ones it goes, or it automatically decides which credit card?
It automatically decides which credit card to use, and a user can specify their benefits, whether they want to optimize directly for rewards, minimize their debt, or increase their credit score.
You talked about your partnership with Akoya and them being a startup. Do you worry about that from a risk standpoint? Because this data aggregation seems to be very important to your product.
We have no worries about Akoya Financial as a startup because they are backed by some of the biggest banks in America directly, and as a result, that's how they get direct access to the information. In fact, they have over 65% coverage of all banking accounts in America, and they're aiming for 85% in the next 5 years.
Sounds like you got the right one.
Thank you.
You mentioned the focus on Gen Z and millennials. Just an observation, do those Gen Zers, and do you expect them to continue to use credit cards, or will they continue to use products like Affirm on each individual item they buy online? And how do you change to work with that trend?
Yeah, so we expect people to continue using credit cards just because they provide so much benefit to the end user, both in rewards, safety. You can flag fraudulent charges, and it helps you build credit over time, which is really important for obviously things like mortgages and loans. And the trends show that people are continuing to use credit cards and are using credit cards for more and more purchases over time.
So can you may have mentioned this, can you use this with a physical card as well as through your app? And then if you're using a physical card, is there any limitation to the point of sale technology that it can accept?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we're actually working with a card issuance firm called Synctera. That was a very recently reached out to, or very recently started building a partnership with, and they handle the credit issuing and administration part so that we can focus specifically on the business logic of it. So as we've been informed, we should, we will have coverage for major players like Visa, MasterCard, those types of cards. And the physical card will be of that processor. So all of your MasterCard cards will be on MasterCard, all of your Visa cards will be on Visa. And in addition, they do digital issuance and physical issuance. So both options will be supported.
We'll take one more question.
Do you envision like a partnership like with Credit Karma or somebody like that works with younger populations and they make recommendations on cards based on some of the characteristics of those cards and the individuals that are using those? Because it seems like from an education standpoint, that would be really helpful to help, to have these early users get the right cards to begin with, and then you guys are helping them manage that.
Yeah, so we definitely are looking to partner with other fintech companies just to increase the number of services that we can provide, especially as credit scores increase and rewards increase. People will apply for more credit cards, and once you have 10 or 12 credit cards, it's really hard to leave our system because how are you going to manage all those credit cards? And it's also kind of pretty difficult to close credit cards. So as you plan for the future, it still does make sense to use them, but it's really hard to manage. And then as for credit card recommendations, since we have access to all of their spending data, we can actually algorithmically suggest cards about, you'll be able to get X amount more rewards if you, apply for this card and use it, which is really unique in this sphere. And so we might start in a sense, competing more with NerdWallet, as I mentioned before, who gives general recommendations based on, if you spend a lot on gas, apply for this card, and so on.
Yeah. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Our last team is Uniform Sierra, who builds tethered drones for public safety departments looking to maximize situational awareness and minimize threat response time. The founding team is comprised of 3 seniors graduating this May, getting ready to take off into full-time work at Uniform Sierra.
It's undeniable that drones in public safety can save lives, specifically when applied to police, fire, and search and rescue. Yet only about 3% of police departments in America have adopted drones into their standard operations. Why is this? All right. Number 1, flight time. Drones are severely limited by onboard batteries, maxing out at about 30 to 40 minutes of endurance per flight. This is great if you're going out for some amateur photography or fun flying. Not so great if you're a police department involved in a 12-hour standoff. Second is crew. Every drone operation, every professional drone operation needs at least 2 people involved per FAA, Federal Aviation Administration requirements, a remote pilot and a visual observer. This doesn't even include the 2 to 3 officers that most departments allocate to keeping a steady stream of batteries arriving on the scene to keep their drones in the air. That's up to 5 officers that have to be taken off an operation, and a significant reduction in manpower, especially for small departments. Lastly is regulation. Drones can't be flown in most major cities where 38% of crime occurs, near major sporting events, or near major airports. This is a huge hassle for departments looking to be able to deploy quickly and not wanting to figure out if they even can use their drone on the way to a scene. How do we fix this? At Uniform Sierra, we build a TAP, Tethered Aerial Platform. By connecting the aircraft to ground power at all times, we unlock functionally unlimited flight time. We also enable 100% autonomous operation. Operators literally just need to open the case, press one button, and the drone's flying. No one has to stand there and manage it or fly it manually. Best of all, FAA Part 107 federal drone regulations do not apply to this system when it's flown below 150 feet. That means more operation area and more flexibility for departments with fewer necessary waivers, trainings, and certifications. How do we know to build this? Well, we're already building drones for police. This is the Arrowhead, our first production system. It's a small drone for dedicated indoor use, built to go into situations that would be too dangerous for people. It's designed for active shooters, search and rescue and damaged buildings, and more, and police absolutely love it. We've talked to tons of departments about this system, and we have orders. But the one common theme we keep hearing is that they want Overwatch capabilities for long endurance. That's how we decided to build the TAP. The global drone market and North American public safety markets are huge industries that are slated for massive growth in the coming years. But we're not seeing the same rate of adoption of drones in public safety as we're seeing the markets grow. Here's how we plan to fix this. Right now, we're prototyping and developing the TAP system. We have a working flying prototype that you can come see at our booth, and we're also doing customer discovery with our Arrowhead sales process. We've talked to departments around the country and have a good amount of interest in it. We plan on beginning to sell the system at the end of 2022, with prototyping taking about 6 months and then sales in the last few months of the year. After we get the first systems into customer hands, we're going to iterate and improve based on initial customer feedback, with the main goal of getting TAPs deployed in every single US state by the end of 2025. And it's not just public safety. TAP has applications in security and defense, maritime, and broadcast. In maritime, an industry notoriously underserved by UAS, we can provide 24/7 beach and harbor security, as well as overhead docking assistance for large vessels. For broadcast, we can do live streaming and TV with an instant video pass-through through that tether. And to prove this, we're going to be providing the first aerial live stream of the Purdue Grand Prix in just under 2 weeks. How does the system work? The hardware is comprised of the aircraft, ground control station, and payload. The aircraft has multiple redundant systems, ensuring it will always be working, always stay in the same position when launched, and always be reliable. We have our patent-pending modular payload system on board, too. This allows for operators to rapidly change the capabilities of the aircraft in the field. Let's say you arrive on a scene in the evening, and you put the drone up for Overwatch with a daytime camera. As it gets onto night, that daylight camera is going to start to struggle, and you can bring the drone down for just 30 seconds, and with our system, swap in a night vision camera, immediately relaunch, and continue to have that situational awareness. We also build in 4G connectivity into the ground control case, and this unlocks a lot of cool functionality, like video streaming and control from anywhere. The TAP is able to pass video in real time to a cellular network, meaning officers on scene, en route, and back at command centers can all be viewing the same video at the same time. This significantly increases situational awareness across the department and decreases communication needs, making everything more efficient. We can also do control from anywhere of the system. Anyone can jump in on a phone, re-angle the camera, turn it around, and view the video. This is all done through our web platform launch. We already have 45 beta users for it, including multiple public safety departments, and we're hearing great feedback, and we haven't even rolled out the best features yet. DJI is the largest drone maker in the world. The issue is they're a Chinese company funded by the Chinese government with significant security concerns. In fact, most federal law enforcement are outright banned from buying DJI aircraft, with many states following suit. We expect that within 2 years, it will be completely illegal for law enforcement agencies to buy DJI aircraft. Skydio is an American maker, and they build great technology, but they're still limited to about 30 to 40 minutes of flight time. This is unacceptable for law enforcement applications. Photokite also builds tethered systems, but they're mainly European-based and focused on European markets right now, as well as they don't have our modular payload system. This means when you buy a Photokite, you get the camera they build in from the factory, and if your operation needs change, or if technology improves, you're out of luck and need to buy a whole new system. Only Uniform Sierra provides both the endurance and adaptability that's necessary in the public safety market. And we're really good at what we do. I've been building drones since I was 13, and the three of us have all been working together for over 3 years on a variety of drone-related research and consulting projects. In the past, we've worked with the likes of the US DEA, Air Force Research Laboratory, US Navy, West Virginia Department of Corrections, and the US Department of Justice on drone-related research. We're all going to be going full-time on this after graduation in May. Here's a very high-level look at the business model. The cornerstone of it is aircraft hardware. This is either a one-time purchase or lease from us for departments, and then connects to our supporting software as a service. This is that professional subscription to Launch, our web platform, that enables that 4G video and control from anywhere. Optional, we also provide long-term data storage specifically designed for our security and law enforcement customers that want to save a large amount of video for an indefinite amount of time for both legal and training purposes. Because of this, we foresee an average account value of $50,000 over its lifetime, which if we were to only capture that 3% of the market currently deploying drones, would be over $12 million in annual recurring revenue. And our methods are gaining traction. We already have well over $10,000 sales for our first system, the Arrowhead. We've received $10,000 in grants from the NIST for promising search and rescue technology development. We're in a manufacturing partnership with Paladin Drones, a Y Combinator company also looking to bring drones to public safety. We just closed a contract with Zoom, and our aircraft will be appearing in their first Zoom for Government commercial. And we're doing contract tech support and consulting for Leo Flight, another drone startup. Because of this, we're looking to raise a $1 million seed round in the next 6 months to greatly improve our manufacturing facilities and be able to bring the TAP to market faster. We're also looking for any connections to public safety departments to better understand our customers and better build products to help them save lives. At Uniform Sierra, we're building a system that has 95% of a traditional drone's capabilities at only 5% of its hassle. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll be happy to take any questions.
So I have multiple drone investments. So it's a space I know a little bit. So two things. One, you're talking about operating the drones independently beyond visual line of sight. The regs on that are still constantly changing. Swap requirements are still not set, like detect and avoid capabilities, right? So I'm curious how you are working with the authority, like the regulatory bodies, to understand that. And we'd just love to get your thought on that. And the second question I'll just ask up front is, I just got a deck like 6 months ago from another Purdue-based company called Codex, which is also building a law enforcement support drone. So I'm just curious, like, if you guys know them or if, what's going on anyway, so please.
So to answer the second question, I haven't heard of them, but we'll definitely look them up. On the first one regarding regulations, so as we mentioned, the system is completely exempt from FAA Part 107 regulations, which is the FAA drone regulation. And that's due to the tether. So as long as it's connected to the ground and under 150 feet, it's in the FAA literature that they don't consider that a drone, or it's not, it doesn't fall under their drone regulations at least. We are keeping a really close eye on the regulations, and we think initially this will definitely not be like a BVLOS. You're going to jump right into control from distance. You'll have at least an officer or two on scene that will be able to be watching it. But it's something we're keeping an eye on, definitely. And with that tethered system, it's a high likelihood that it'll be exempt from a lot of that.
On the hardware alone, what's your manufacture cost?
So for the tap system, since we only have prototypes of that, I can only do best guess. I'd say for the system without a payload, we're looking at manufacturing for around $1,000 to $1,500 all in. On the Arrowhead, that costs us about $1,000 to $1,200 per system to build.
One of the great things about this product, in specific in terms of manufacturing, is the lack of the battery. For the manufacturing, the battery is one of the most expensive parts, and we're lucky enough that we don't have to worry about that.
With battery capability improving, at what point would it potentially make your product obsolete?
So we are also building, we're really into the batteries as well. So in fact, we have an aircraft that set records in flight time. We can do 6 hours of endurance. But we're finding when we talk to these law enforcement customers that even something like 6 or 8 hours might not be enough in some situations. So it's really going to take a massive leap in battery technology, something we're not going to see for years and years down the line, before you can even get close to multiple days of runtime on single charges. So that's really the value we have, is that we can go 24 hours continuous and multiple days. Our first prototype looks like it'll be able to fly for weeks on end, and we're going to actually start testing stuff like that this summer.
And on top of that, again, going back to the regulations and the fact that tethered drones are not under Part 107, the great thing about that is operators will not need to be licensed by the FAA, which takes away a massive roadblock that a lot of these public safety departments have to starting a UAS program, and that's why we're seeing that only 3% of police departments are starting UAS programs. And that's something that will never change, no matter how the battery chemistry advances.
How many units do you envision a police department owning?
Yeah, so in a perfect world, we'd love to see them on the top of every police car in America, but obviously that's a long ways off. I think to start, especially with some of these smaller departments we're working closely with, like 2 to 3 units per department might be good, something that they could have on a majority of vehicles, not necessarily every vehicle, so that they always have one at any response.
In the 150 feet, is that feedback from the customer, or is that some sort of, what's the magic behind that?
Yeah, so with the 150 feet, that's actually where the exemption from the drone regulations ends. We can actually send this all the way up to 400 feet, but as soon as you go beyond that 150 mark, you have to have special licenses and all the certifications to operate a normal drone.
So in the current customer that you have, what was the decision-making process that they went through to evaluate you, and what budget did it come out of for the purchase process?
Yeah, so for our first customer for the Arrowhead system, it was the way we made the sales. We went to a demo for them. We demoed it. They took a big chance on us because we only showed them an early prototype, and they liked it so much they sort of bought it on the spot. It came out of their special operations department, and they were a customer that already had a drone team established. The thing we're looking at with the TAP is that it's a great way for departments that might not necessarily already have a drone program to get into drones without the overhead of complex regulations and licensing and waivers and all that. We need none of that. So, yeah.
Just for clarification, so the value prop to the agency is what specific? Is it just surveillance or monitoring, or what?
So the value proposition is an aerial video, and not only video, we can do communications boosters, we can do aerial lighting, and that never has to land. And in our talks with police, we found that really the high priority for them is they just want something in the air getting video for Overwatch, because that's invaluable. So we can provide that indefinitely without the need to sacrifice an officer to operate it. And we can also allow them to start these drone programs without, as I said, without any of the complex waivers or licensing that you'd otherwise need with an untethered system.
So like at a crime scene where you have 50 cop cars there, you could have 50 of these tethered drones making a bunch of noise?
Yeah, theoretically. I mean, actually, it's even at 30 feet, it won't interrupt conversation. You can stand right under it and you'll barely hear it. So we've made it super quiet, so you can deploy a ton of them. You can have them at every corner of a property, keeping an eye on all entrances and exits, and it's not going to interrupt your operation, it's not going to get in the way, and it's not going to be too loud.
Do you have any intellectual property on this?
Yeah, so our payload system is actually patent pending, and that's what allows you to rapidly change the capabilities in the field. So that's what the example I gave, for example, if you went up with a daylight camera and started to get dark, you could swap in a night vision camera, you could swap in an airborne light, communications booster, all of that is supported through our patented system, yes.
These police operations are so, you have to be adaptable. So the goal for the system is to make it as adaptable so that the police can adapt as the mission does.
Does your video software have any special capabilities where it could potentially integrate the video? Let's say in that situation where you have 10 drones flying, can it manipulate the video so that you don't have to switch from camera view to camera view?
Yeah, so we can definitely do something like that. We're really hardware focused right now, but that would be down the line when we have an actual software team. In fact, with our NIST grant, we've been working on a lot of search and rescue technology, and part of that is building an AI that's able to go into thermal video and detect human heat signatures. So we can do something like that, where if you strategically place these, you wouldn't be necessarily watching all the video off them, but it would instead ping you when one of them detected something. So yeah, that's totally possible.
Does it obviate the need for a body cam? So when you think about the budget process in terms of how you're selling, can you take it out of that funds, if you will? Those funds?
It's something we definitely could explore. I don't specifically know the laws and rules around that, but something we have definitely talked about is it's more accountability and more reduction of force having these cameras on scene. So it could definitely contribute to that, and then we have to talk to our law enforcement partners about it replacing those potentially.
And we're going to end questions there.
If you want to see the drone, we actually have it here right back at the booth. Feel free to come by and check it out.
All right, thanks everybody. That ends our competition portion. Judges, a lot of work to try to rank your teams. Again, if the competitors can please go to your booths. We have about half an hour break where the judges can again interact with you. We do have some snacks. Please stay put. We'll be starting our fireside chat at 4:30. marketing for the Anvil, and is editor of the Purdue Exponent. And she'll be introducing and interviewing our guest. Sasha?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm Sasha, and I'm incredibly honored to introduce our guest for tonight. He has earned his master's degree in aeronautical and astronautical engineering from Purdue in 1971. He's been a venture capitalist and a software industry leader for 40 years. He founded Edison Partners, which raised 9 growth equity limited partnerships, and they invested over $2 billion in 230 East Coast companies. Additionally, he's a philanthropist with his own Martinson Family Foundation, which funds and guides dedicated programs at 20 universities to enhance STEM instructions for K-12 students. Here at Purdue, his generous donations have established the John Martinson Entrepreneurial Center, which supports Purdue students, faculty, staff, and alumni to commercialize engineering innovations. Just last week, Purdue announced that the Honors College will be renamed to John Martinson Honors College to support undergraduate research, scholarship, professional development, and more. Without any further ado, please join me in giving a warm welcome to our guest, John Martinson. Thank you for being here, John. Can you start us off by telling us how you were as a Purdue student? What kind of things were you involved with?
I came to, can you all hear me fine? Okay, I came to Purdue directly after graduating from the Air Force Academy. And my function at that time, or my whole sole purpose, was to become an astronaut. This was part of the time period when the Russians were out in front, and we were pursuing manned flight, and there was no better place to be as at Purdue. And I was in such a hurry to do that. At that time, you had to have a master's degree, you had to be a combat pilot, you had to go to test pilot school and all of that sort of preparation. So I was on a mad 3 or 4 year rush to be the youngest US astronaut. And so I had this all paced out. And Purdue accepted a lot of courses, so I got a master's degree here in 7 months, again on fast pace. And it was a wonderful experience. Now it turned out that if you look at the pictures and have met the Purdue astronauts, they're more her size than my size. And all of a sudden, some bureaucrat said I was too tall to be an astronaut. So that was the greatest disappointment in my life. But it led to the career of being a venture capitalist.
Can you talk about how Purdue has helped your career?
Well, first of all, astronautics at that time was all software, trying to figure out how to, what the orbit should be of a satellite, what the launch path should be. And the software was pretty archaic and slow, and it took all night to run one orbit. And you'd get a time slot in the computer room at like 3 a.m. So that's perfect for students, and they actually complained when they got the 8 a.m. time slot type thing. But it was all business here, and but I found it an enriching experience. I got a technical background. I got a work ethic that was reinforced in the Air Force. I still have some lifelong friendships. Either I wasn't here in that frame, and I had very positive memories.
What kind of advice do you have for students to make the most out of their Purdue experience?
Well, I think Purdue has more resources than just about any other university I know, and so I encourage to spend 10 months a year, not 7, and get the full benefit of all the facilities, faculty, programs here. You won't find any better anywhere else in the world.
I know you mentioned that you were an astronaut and you wanted to be an astronaut, and now you're in VC. Can you talk in detail about that journey?
Sometimes things in life are fortuitous. When I was no longer allowed to be an astronaut, I decided to get an MBA degree, and I got that on the equivalent of online 50 years ago, which again was pretty primitive. And that was in, because I then thought I wanted to move into business. And I went back home to New Jersey, not sure what I wanted to do. And the most fortuitous thing happened in my life is my next door neighbor had just started a venture capital unit at Exxon Enterprises, and for some reason he hired me.
What was it about VC that really struck you?
I like that you got to work with energetic, young, creative people. I like that to work on many projects simultaneously. I'm a multitasking person. I don't like to do the same thing every hour, much less every day. And I recognize that we were early in the software industry, that was going to be a great opportunity, and that a handful of people could be the prime movers in building a substantial enterprise.
What are the kind of things you're looking for when you're investing in companies?
I'm first looking for an emerging market, something that's going to change, where innovation will help improve, change the cost structure, be disruptive in the market, that sort of thing. Second, I'm looking for a product coming together that fits that market. And then third, team, and team being smart, dedicated, driving people.
And what kind of advice do you have for students that are trying to break into VC?
To become a venture capitalist is really difficult, primarily because it's such a small market. There are about 1,000 firms across the country with a typical staff of about 20. It can range from 5 to 100, but there are just not that many spots. So you have to really be focused and fortunate like me to get into it and then make the most of that opportunity.
We're now going to switch things up and open it up for audience questions. If anyone has questions, they can raise their hand.
The deals I actually get the most satisfaction out of are those who encounter changes where the market moved and then the company pivoted and then they pivot again and they just will not say die, and then all of a sudden they're in the right spot. That is really the most satisfying thing, that tests the grit and the backer of the investors to stay with it. About 100 of those. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had I've been involved with investing in over 250 companies. I've never had one that's smooth sailing all the way. So it's just how frequent is the jeopardy, and sometimes it seems nearly every day because you're rising and falling on the next order, or the next project development deadline, or the next customer promise, or retaining or hiring a key person. So, every day is exciting and challenging that way. It's one of the reasons that I like it so much.
So I have a question in regards to software, because I'm assuming your firm invests in a lot of software.
Most all software, yes.
Your firm also invests in healthcare software. And I was just wondering, what are the biggest challenges in that space? What are the biggest challenges that you see?
In software, it's both a technical challenge, what's the platform, and it's a challenge of what the application of the user that it's straightforward enough for the everyday, often non-technical person to use it. To strike that balance is probably the greatest challenge.
I think of technology waves that really created a lot of opportunity for venture capitalists. The first being the move from the mainframe to the personal computer, the advent of the internet, the mobile revolution being the first three waves. If we follow this logic, what are you most excited about as maybe the fourth wave coming now?
For me, it's AI. It's the ability of all the predictive models to assess problems that are partly analytical and partly subjective. And that I probably have 25 companies where the core is AI technology.
What are traits you look in a founder that excite you to invest in them?
Yeah, number one, it's the ability to sell. And it's the ability to find customers, the first customers who believe in you, to trust their job or trust their business to whatever piece of software you're writing to them. So you have to be a pretty compelling person to convince somebody to take that risk. Some people say, you should hire a salesperson, an operation person, and an engineer. Most of the teams that I back start with 3 engineers, and they one decides to specialize in customer facing, one decides to do all the stuff to pull it together, and the other guy is developing all time, and the other 2 are developing in nights. So I actually have all engineer teams often. That changes when you start to get real customers and you have repeat sales. But the early customer wants to talk to who built the product, who's going to make it work, who's going to fix it, who's going to be there when I have all kinds of issues. You should get a mentor or 2 who's the specialist in that, and pick their brains, and also look at competitors and what kind of people and positioning, and figure out how you can outdo them.
What's a lesson you've learned from being in the VC world for so long?
There's countless lessons about that, and I keep relearning them or creating new ones. So I don't feel secure. At times I'm just as worried and nervous as the entrepreneur, but I'm supposed to be calmer. So probably that's one benefit I have out of being a former combat pilot, is nothing as bad in the entrepreneurial world as getting shot at by a missile. Yes?
What would you say that it takes to become a great venture capitalist? What kind of qualities?
Well, one is you have to have access or contact to entrepreneurs of high caliber in energy. So your reputation is really important, and referral network, and being able to help turn a great idea into a business or investment success. But I also think it's understanding shared rewards, that everybody who contributed, all stakeholders, should benefit from the success of the business.
We'll take one question.
What are some of the biggest challenges
Scaling up is a major challenge in it, and oftentimes that's also a good point to have a mentor or advisor. And I think that's one of my jobs is to advise on pace. You know, and most entrepreneurial teams or management teams can only handle 2 or 3 major initiatives, so you have to be careful to stay within yourself at the same time. You have to outpace often better funded and better experienced competitors. But usually scaling up is spending too fast on marketing before you're really ready with the product and the way to operationalize your services.
Okay, I'm gonna move on. Can you talk about what your future goals are?
Most people in my profession retire before where I'm at. I'm fortunate that I intend to and have the health to keep on right on investing, so I think I have another 10 or 15 years. At the same time, about 20 years ago, I moved into philanthropy, of saying I was very fortunate and have made some good choices to give back. And so I spend about a third of my time on that. And sometimes that's more difficult, spending the money for charitable purposes, and you want to do a very good job. So one of the reasons I've decided to bankroll Purdue in certain endeavors is this university executes really well in stewardship. People really knock themselves out in all the projects I've funded, so I'm eager to continue with that here, especially at the Honors College or different of the entrepreneurial endeavors. And I'm a significant funder at about 7 other universities.
What made you get into philanthropy in the first place?
I started with the single problem that I noticed when my kids were in middle school and high school, that they weren't choosing STEM subjects. It was assumed science and math were too difficult. And that I noticed that my companies were having difficulty hiring engineers. That was okay because we had foreign-born students coming to take those positions, and they were staying with our companies. Now, many of the international students go back to their homeland to get jobs. And so those jobs have now followed them. So probably 2/3 of the engineering jobs for my 50 companies that are all US based are outside the US today. It's still the same problem of not enough US engineers in STEM. So Purdue grads are in a great spot because there's tremendous demand for your skills and services. So I'm still focused on trying to solve that problem by helping to equip middle school and teachers with the ability to be expert at STEM learning at the K through 12 level. And so my donation is primarily to schools of education across the East Coast.
You obviously do a lot of things. I kind of want to understand what is the motivation behind all of that?
I like being active, like being involved and engaged with creative people. I like the ability to advise and mentor and cheerlead and occasionally have a good idea that impacts.
I want to go back to talking about your experience in VC. What are the kind of biggest challenges you've had?
The biggest challenge is when things go wrong early, do you stay with it, or do you, call it a day there, or pivot? That's a really hard point, because entrepreneurs are knocking themselves out. If you're going to be an entrepreneur, it's 24/7 for a while, and it's really difficult. And I'm certainly emotionally involved with that. But if something's happening to the market, or the product is the third or fourth best out there out of 10, that's a very difficult decision.
Do you have any specific examples?
Unfortunately, too many of them.
So you obviously saw the rise of the internet, and you saw all of that. What kind of challenges did that bring?
Well, the internet has been a tremendous boon because it's helped enable distribution of products at a much lower cost. It's at the same point, it's caused pricing to be much lower. So it's difficult to find markets that have the volume that work and reasonable sales and marketing costs.
You mentioned that you primarily invest in software companies. Is there anything specific you're looking for when you're investing in a software company?
I'm looking for a recurring business model, like lots of other people, where a product, it's a high cost to develop, high cost to sell, and will the customers stay with you 3, 4, or as long as 10 or 12 years? To do that when they're bombarded with other possibilities. So it's important to be able to stay ahead of features and services and retain those customers.
Do you invest in a lot of student startups, and what kind of things do you think a student startup has advantaged?
Not many venture capitalists invest in student startups, but I've done 2 or 3 recently that have gone well that I'll talk about. One was a group out of Villanova. My stories are going to be East Coast. It was 3 seniors approached me with the idea that they both had grandmothers sick at home, and the grandmothers couldn't get to their doctors. And so how did they get information on their condition? Both had serious operations. And so they decided that there was a market need for remote patient monitoring. This was 6 or 7 years ago. And they, at that point, were working with the 2 hospitals that were treating their grandmothers. And I liked their spunk, their idea, and they were quickly learning. And I started with $300,000. Then they got 3 or 4 hospitals, and then I put in $500,000. And then other investors outbid me. I wanted to put more in. This is one of the unusual aspects. You can get outbid. And today, that company is the leader in acute patient monitoring with revenues of about $55 million. I made the investment individually as I was phasing out of the firm I started as partners. They came in later with $10 million, and then recently $25 million. But the 3 student founders carried it to $50 million. The one who was leading the company said, "This is getting ahead of me," and we recruited a new CEO, but he stayed on as chairman and evangelist and customer-facing, and the company has a very bright future. Second company is that one was called Health Recovery Solutions. Second one is a spin out of the University of Delaware, about an hour's drive from my home. I'm interested in a lot of healthcare type applications, and one is to improve nursing. And I've had about 6 or 7 investments in that area. This one came out of student engineering. Somebody said they had seen a product to me, and I like to invest. As a former pilot, I tend to believe in simulation type things. I learned to fly that way. And I've had 4 or 5 successes in computer simulation, and was looking in medical. And so this is nursing simulation when you're in school and you have to learn to do various procedures, and this would create and mannequins are one of the ways they do that today, except a mannequin costs $50,000 to $100,000, too expensive for a nursing school. They developed an array of devices that cost $5,000 or $10,000. And what's fascinating about it is they've now built 15 different devices. All of them initially started as senior projects at the University of Delaware. That the front-end development for this company is for the last 6 years has been Delaware undergrad students who then turn over a conceptual design to a small professional team that then builds it. And then they hire probably 1 out of 3 of the Delaware students become engineers. And today, this is a 100-person company with 80% Delaware grads in the company, and not one over the age of 35. And, it's really a student company, and I'm really proud of it. I'm the only investor in the company, and they have a lot of fun, a lot of effort, and changing the nursing world and with a more fundamental product and new ideas. And they really have come out now with a birthing simulator, which is really complicated but very realistic. And I think that's going to be a company or industry maker coming.
We're going to open it up to student questions again. If anyone has any questions, you may raise your hand.
Sure. Could you speak up just a little bit?
What do you think of the future of AI? And with hardware.
Well, in the software industry, we try to use hardware, but not sell it. So, but there are just plenty of engines that are hardware related that are incorporated into products. So, but I'm primarily investing in companies that are all software.
What metrics do you use to evaluate an idea that comes to you? And some follow-up would be, do those metrics vary from industry across industries?
Yeah, so I'm evaluating opportunities that initially make sense. I can see the market or sense the market, but I'm trying to find confirmation in the market. So I really want to talk to prospective customers, or if they have customers, lots of them, to understand the value they have and what choices they made and why did they select or might select this company. I'm a big believer that the first 10 customers tend to define who a company is and where it's going. It's important for the entrepreneur to select those companies. There's a tendency for the entrepreneur to say, whoever walks in the door that could pay me, I'll do that. But that's a mistake because it diverts your key development organization into solving somebody's problem that may not be scalable or have a decent market to it.
So after team pitches, what goes on in the background? What's your diligence process like?
Diligence process is realistically probably 2, 3, 4 months, and it tends to go through of is this the right market opportunity? I'm getting help on the technical valuation. The financials tend to be straightforward, but you still have to underlying say, is there enough gross margin here to pay for marketing, development, sales, that sort of thing. And then a fair amount of evaluation of people. And so I want to spend a fair amount of time with them and feel that I can trust and have confidence that they're going to make it happen. At the same time, we can reach a consensus decision. Well, there's so many great things here. So I've donated to probably 10 different programs here. But I decided about a year ago I was going to make honors colleges a legacy for me. And actually one of my companies who does student engagement software, a product called Suitable that's used at Krannert and starting to be used elsewhere, has a module just for honors colleges. And so I got more interested in it. I had 2 relatives go through honors colleges elsewhere. And then I realized Purdue, after only 9 years, had one of the best in the country. And I wasn't fully aware of it, but I thought it was a good match for me with the research-oriented students that are in that, and starting to think a little bit more entrepreneurial, and I'm hoping to influence that as well. Well, AI is still kind of a vague concept, and I think it's going to evolve over the next 10 years. So I'm actually not too worried about it, that it'll be in place for another 5 to 10 years. I have had little experience in agriculture, partly because I'm on the East Coast, and partly because there's enough risk with software anywhere, but with the vagaries of human nature, almost by definition, agricultural has 1 bad year in 5, and God help you if it's 2 or 3 in 5. But there's certainly so much analysis that can go into that, and so much in the life science field. I've been surprised there haven't been more venture firms specialize in that.
What was your biggest failure, and what have you learned from that failure?
My biggest failure is still underway. And it's a company I've been involved, I'm not going to name it, but it's in the ed tech market. And it's been an issue of product market fit. And I'm interested in the concept of competency education. In other words, do you have the right skills as opposed to the right grades to be employable. And that company continues to struggle to find the right higher ed institutions that believe in that. So they have about 80 customers, and so that gives you hope, but you need a bigger penetration to build a company. So I'm a little over my skis in that company with over-believing in in the need for the product, but we certainly don't quite have it right yet.
With investing, how much do you have to balance idealism versus realism? So it's like if a product or a service you think will end up working, how much do you value what you think it will do versus what's actually done?
Yeah, that's, I have that same challenge of an entrepreneur of being realistic about what's occurring or going to happen, and it's never black or white. And you're really rooting for the entrepreneur. They're just knocking themselves out. And I've never had one that wasn't trying their darndest. And that's part of what I'm have to be the judge of. And that's part of the responsibility when you're the lead investor to help provide that guidance. And I don't assume that I'm right or wrong, but I have to be comfortable in that decision. And for the first 40 years of my career, I was investing other people's money. Now it's my money. And the surprise for me is I tend to go long with my own money where I was less willing to do that with other people's money. So I thought it would be the opposite.
Most investors have a list of the ones they missed out on. And they try to learn from that. As you think back on the ones that you missed out on or you wish you would have gotten in on, is there a common theme? And are you learning from that, investing your own money?
The ones I missed out were tended to be an unusual entrepreneur that I didn't think I had the chemistry with. And so, and it turned out they had the very best idea and achieved a great success. And I often say, well, should I have gotten over that issue? But again, you have to be comfortable with who you're working with. You're in tight-knit, pressurized situations. So in the end, I don't regret it. I've had enough successes, but it's usually been that one when I missed it. It was just not a fit in personality or style. At the same time, entrepreneurs mature quickly. And so you have to try to gauge of, will they likely come in the future closer together. So I've had some entrepreneurs where we had some head knocking early and we're actually too close later. You have to have a little contention between an investor and entrepreneur to sharpen the decisions and process. From a philanthropy point of view?
From a talent point of view.
I'm missing the phrase another way. It's I'm not understanding. So.
Where do you think are the fields that are most demanded right now for young people to be, investing their time in and building talent in?
Are we talking industry, you think? An area I'm fascinated with is mental health, a major problem in this country, and I'm trying to approach it from a software point of view. So I have 6 companies with different approaches to that because the analysis, counseling, all of that is so expensive on a one-on-one basis that we have to find more efficient ways to do it. At the same time, we have to understand how do we get people to accept counseling or help. and at the same time, preserve their freedom, their lifestyles, and all of that, which is a difficult balance. But software seems to be having some pretty good opportunities. I'm particularly enthused about treating a physical disease and a mental health at the same time. Simply, if you have stage 4 cancer, you're for sure depressed about it. And how do you uplift? Part of your cure is improving that mental health.
How does your personal interests reflect into the businesses that you invest in?
I think we're all human and that impacts it, but I try to change over time. When I first started, I invested mostly in technical software or manufacturing software. Manufacturing went offshore, so that business almost disappeared, yet I think I was probably the top one in the venture capital industry in manufacturing software 30 years ago, and if I'd stayed with that, I would be living in Southeast Asia now. So, today I'm heavily into digital health and marketing automation. It changes. Probably the one area I've stayed with because of personal satisfaction, a personal interest is education software, which is a very difficult market. It's seasonal. It's small. The customer isn't well heeled, so it's probably a bad business choice, but I've had a good number of big successes in it that I stay with it, and it's kind of my for-profit philanthropy. I couldn't hear what you said. Unmet needs. Again, as we've talked about, it's mostly technical talent in a startup, but its unmet needs are probably sales skills. But I'm not an advocate of a professional salesperson. I'm an advocate of engineers early on deciding how can they be compelling and reach out to customers. I think they want to hear who the winners were and get the prizes.
All right, let's thank our speakers.
Really enjoyed it. Thank you.
All right, on to the next part of our program. We have our Foundry Showcase. I'd like to introduce the MC of the event, Bill Arnold. He is Vice President and Managing Director of the Purdue Foundry.
All yours. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody, for being here. I'm not going to stand on the stage. I don't think I need to. So thanks to the Burton Morgan Center for having the Foundry be a part of this today. We really appreciate it. I would like to give a shout out to all the folks who have presented today. They were fantastic. Just a lot of really good stuff happening up here today. So that's all really good. John Martinson, thank you so much for being here and enlightening us, because there was a lot of good stuff there too. So there was a question earlier sort of about that had an answer that was sort of first wave, second wave, third wave. I'd like to go back to the negative second wave. So if we kind of go back to the first wave, which might have been agriculture started, and we look at the second wave, it might have been the Bronze Age. Now you think, where the heck is this going? So we've gotten, we get these questions occasionally about the Foundry and where did that name come from and what does it represent? So I want to talk about the Foundry as a separate part of the ecosystem that really takes multiple streams of things that come in, right? There are teams, That's a stream that needs to be refined. Are they the right people? Are they doing the right things? It's the idea. Is there intellectual property? Has it been perfected? Has it been protected? There's money. You need some money to make the thing work. These streams all come together just like tin and copper did in the Bronze Age to create something that is more than the sum of the parts. So we started to create tools that could be sharpened that were not stone axes as a result of having the Bronze Age, right? So that's really, the Foundry is a metallurgical concept applied to an entrepreneurial endeavor. And we take all those things, we smelt them together, we pour them into a business model, which is a cast, and then we break them out of that, and they go become some useful object to society. The Purdue Research Foundation exists to move technologies and graduates out into the world to improve the world. And the Foundry is part of the Research Foundation. And our specific mission within that overall mission is to enable Purdue startups to improve the world. We have 8 startups with us tonight who are all companies that the Purdue Foundry has put money into or facilitated the movement of money into in the last year. They are going to range from companies, the first company that's going to present is the one that most recently got an investment in terms of the life of the company. And then we'll sort of go through ones who are further and further along as we go. That having been said, before I start introducing companies, any questions? Seeing none, I would like to introduce to you Chris Nilsson, who runs a company called Pluto Aerospace, which is a recent graduate of our Boost program at the Foundry. Their company develops rapid and economical launch vehicles, vehicle platforms for hypersonic and other suborbital applications. Chris?
All right, thank you very much. My name is Chris Nilsson. I'm the founder of Pluto Aerospace, and we're developing platforms for hypersonic and microgravity research. So normally when I say rockets, I got to clarify something real quick. Okay, we're not a delivery service. We're not like SpaceX or any other company you see in the news. We're not delivering a finished product onto orbit. What we're doing is a suborbital sounding rocket. All right, and all that is a rocket that does an experiment. All right, and suborbital rockets allow access to space without the complexity of staying there. But why is that so important? Well, these types of rockets are used in a variety of different disciplines, from space agriculture to space manufacturing, astrobiology. But I'm going to focus on one today, and that's the $5 billion hypersonic R&D market. Now, this is kind of a hot topic. Well, sorry. Both hypersonics and all these other disciplines face these 3 major problems, right? This type of research is slow, expensive, and very, very inaccessible. In fact, the Naval Surface Warfare Command recently put out this on their RFP, saying, flight tests today are currently way too prohibitively expensive to support this rapid hypersonic capability development. That's a lot of words. What does that mean for you? It means that our adversaries right now are more advanced than us in hypersonic weapon technology. Okay? There's not an affordable and fast-paced program to test this technology to get up to that level. So that's where Charon comes in. Charon's a rocket. It's a rapid, reliable, and economical suborbital research and development platform. All right. One rocket does many missions. So our same rocket could see how a flame burns in 0G. It can also, take a boost glide vehicle to test out a brand new hypersonic system. And so where we're trying to fit in the market, we're not trying to be a large multi-billion-dollar defense contractor, and we're not trying to be a hopper like you would see in Blue Origin, right? We're trying to fit in this middle side of the market. And when we did our customer discovery, and we went and asked hundreds of people who are in this market, the first reaction was, hey, no one's actually asked us what we need before in these types of rockets, right? Most of the time, when you're doing a suborbital rocket, it's like a surplus. No one really needs it. It's just kind of, oh, we have it, here you go. We're going to be trying to be the first company to develop rockets for these certain types of missions. So how do we make money on this? So because our vehicle is completely reusable, we're projecting a $1 million cost per vehicle. Depends on user requirements, but a good estimate. That $500,000 per flight, that's $500,000 per profit per flight. So if we just fly 3 times a year, we can be profitable. If we fly 6 times a year, we can break at $10 million in revenue. And what we're really going for, though, is those high-value defense contracts to be sustainable into the future. So we've done a lot of stuff in the last 3 months. Keep in mind, Pluto's only 11 months old. But we've raised $250,000. Actually, recently it's a little more than that, but officially we've raised $250,000. We've signed a space act, well, we're getting ready to sign a space act agreement with NASA, so we actually are going to have a launch pad at NASA Wallops. We've reserved a quarter of the seats on our first demo flight. We've put a deposit on an engine. And we're looking to raise another $4 million for 2 vehicles over the course of 2 years to start developing our platform further. Our team consists of Paul Stahura. He's a serial entrepreneur and praised for his business acumen. And then Mark and Stephen, between them, they have like 70 years experience of rockets. And then there's me. I've been building rockets since I was maybe in 4th grade. I took a team of 3 people here, and I turned it into the largest academic undergrad rocket program in the nation. So that's Pluto, and thank you.
I forgot to mention a couple of things. One is there's no Q&A. But the benefit of that is that when we break at the end of this, these guys will all be here, these people who are pitching, and you can come and talk to them and ask them whatever questions you want to and get a nice detailed answer. The other thing is I wanted to make sure that I highlighted that every one of these companies has a very direct connection to Purdue. Christopher is an alum of Purdue. Paul Stahura, who he mentioned on his team, is also an alum from Purdue. Our next speaker is Mohit Verma, who is representing a company called Quasi, which commercializes a proprietary diagnostic platform that provides, there's too many words here, that provides rapid point-of-care nucleic acid-based insights for animal health and agricultural applications. Mohit is also a professor here at Purdue.
Do you get nervous every time you hear a cough? Would you like to get a test result to test whether we have an infection before the session is over? This problem of rapid diagnostics is not limited to human health. It also applies to agriculture and animal health. Quasi is here to make molecular diagnostics simpler. Good evening. My name is Mohit Verma. I'm the CTO of Quasi, and I'm joined by Aaron Gilberty and Kevin Thorne, who have extensive animal health experience of over half a century. I also have Dr. Dow, who's a veterinarian, as well as Dr. Schoonmaker, who's an animal scientist, as a part of the team. Together, we are building Quasi and addressing the problem of molecular diagnostics. Right now, the challenge with molecular diagnostics is that you need to send your sample off to a lab. They do the analysis there, which requires expertise in terms of personnel, sophisticated equipment, and that leads to bottlenecks. As we've seen with the COVID-19 pandemic, getting results could take several hours or even several days. We are trying to make this faster by making everything simpler. We're building on existing methods such as qPCR or polymerase chain reaction that detect nucleic acids, so RNA or DNA, but we're making it simpler. So PCR requires temperature cycling to do the amplification, whereas in our case, we're using a technique called LAMP, or loop-mediated isothermal amplification. That can be done at a single temperature, which makes it simpler to implement out in the field. We're making it even simpler by implementing it on paper-based devices and producing a colorimetric output so that you can see the color change by the naked eye. The product actually looks something like this. As I mentioned, we're detecting nucleic acids, so we can detect RNA or DNA. The example up here, I'm holding, like this is kind of the size that you would expect, is for the COVID-19 test that my lab developed. Here, what would happen is you would see a color change from red to yellow if the test was positive. It has 2 components, the whole product. One is disposable, the cartridge, which would be this size, and the cartridge has the paper-based devices with all the reagents, and that's where the test happens. That's one per test. And there's a reusable component, which you see in the image in the middle. And that provides the heat source. So it's a heater that provides the heat source to conduct the reaction. We hope to get the results out within 30 minutes. And once you get the results, you can use that to guide what kind of treatment would be necessary. Because we're using nucleic acids, there are hundreds of potential applications. For example, in the field of animal health, we can look at identification of pathogens. We can look at identifying whether there's antimicrobial resistance. We can look at characterization of microbiomes. We can also look at host gene characterization. For example, measuring greenhouse gas emissions from the host. On the plant side, we can look at herbicide resistance. We can look at the soil microbiome and also at pathogens that affect plants. We've already gained traction. So the technology has been developed at my lab at Purdue. And the lab has gained funding in the order of $4 million to develop the technology. The company has already received an investment of $110,000. And we're in the process of raising more right now. We've also licensed the IP, both from Purdue as well as externally, which will allow us to continue developing the products and commercialize them. And that was a big task with all of negotiations and stuff that was completed earlier this year. And we're trying to address a big market. So right now, the animal health molecular diagnostic market is about $500 million. The other markets that I mentioned are around $700 million. So in total, we are tackling a market opportunity of over $1 billion. If you'd like to join us to seize this opportunity, you can contact us with the details listed here. Krishi, we protect agriculture and animal health. Thank you.
I should mention that all three, Krishi and our next two, are have all received funding through the Accelerator program. And if you're interested in sort of the combination mostly of agriculture and technology, the next Accelerator pitch day, demo day, is the 22nd, which is just coming up next week at the Convergence Center. Hi, Torbert. Did you want to say something? No, they did not. But if you look at that 100 and something thousand, 100 of that was ours. Right? So the Accelerator invests $100,000 per semester. And so these are the last three winners are the ones that you'll be hearing. Krishi was last year. And next we have Virility with Leanne Hart, who is an alum. And all I'm going to say is her thing is in animal health, and I'm going to let her explain all the details of it to you.
Hello, fellow Boilermakers. My name is Leanne Hart, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Virility. Virility's mission is to disrupt and optimize the animal health breeding and reproductive space. In fact, we want to own it with our technology called Fertilize. As a company, we are very, very proud to say that we have the only capability in this industry to combine both ovulation detection and semen analysis into one device. That has never been done before, and so we're pretty proud to be able to say that. Currently, you probably all are well aware that there's going to be an increased need in meat protein for our food supply in the coming years. However, our industry is experiencing anywhere from 10 to 50% what we call non-conception rates across livestock species. However, what we do know is that conception rates are highly correlated with both producer profitability and food sustainability. But what's happening is getting animals pregnant is really, really difficult to do, and it's resulting in billions lost in lost productivity and revenue, as well as a reduction in our meat protein and food supply. The reason why this is so difficult to do is because both semen analysis and ovulation detection are very difficult to assess in general. The tools out there today, if you look at these schematics, there are three tools. Really, the first one is not doing anything at all. And a lot of that has to do to lack of time and lack of labor, skilled labor at that. Another is, there are very large, complex machines out there that are very expensive, but they can also be invasive to animals to use and also cause labor issues for unskilled workers. Another is just doing it by the naked eye, evaluating an animal just by visual, observation. And that leads to obviously, human subjectivity and error. Our solution, Fertilize, is a mobile device that analyzes both ovulation detection and sperm analysis, providing a snapshot of fertility in time. It is very akin to having a very skilled lab-based technician and a highly powered digital microscope in the palm of your hand. So it's an artificial intelligent device that rapidly provides an accurate, affordable analysis of your semen or ovulation sample. Any smartphone can be a Fertilize device. Basically, all you have to do is upload Fertilize and attach it. Turn on the device, initiate the software, put your sample into the slide, insert the slide into the hardware, and in seconds, a producer can get back a read on an animal on what to do next in the breeding phase for that animal. Our traction we're really excited about. We actually have a waiting list of multiple customers from around the world, from actually 6 different countries, who are waiting for us to hit the market. We've also been proven not only in humans, but also in boar studs, which is the male equivalent in pigs, for specifically semen analysis, and we're conducting and finishing up our ovulation studies in sows right now. The global animal health market is one of the biggest markets in the world, and by 2027, it will be roughly worth $74 billion, where the breeding segment is going to be worth $5 billion, and where we're going to play, semen analysis and ovulation detection, is going to be worth roughly $2.2 billion. Our business model is comprised of 3 revenue streams. So hardware, minimally priced, software, and also consumables. We will enter the market first in the U.S., again, specifically in swine. Our research indicates to us that swine's probably the best livestock segment to enter, and there's 3 reasons for that. The first is because it's the most widely consumed meat in the world, and the second is because it's the least fragmented, and the third is because it actually has the most breeding touch points in a given year to showcase our technology. This gives us a market opportunity of about $180 million, and because of our IP, we're actually able to expand into multiple species, geographic expansions, and other veterinary medical segments. Our leadership team is comprised of 4 very diverse, complementary individuals who have launched over 15 top-tier or blockbuster products in the areas of prescription, OTC, and diagnostic medicines. And then we have over 7 years of experience in animal health, veterinary medicine, and also automotive industries and electronic. The roles consist of CEO, myself, and our inventor from Harvard Medical School is Hadi Shafei, who's also our technical advisor, our CFO, Brian Kopp, who some of you know, and then our Chief Product Officer, Scott Baxter, as well as a very large advisory board set of astute individuals. Why invest in us? We're changing the technology, or we're changing the industry with this technology. We're launching by the end of next year and have cash flow positive during the first full year, and that's based on our significant gross margin. So thank you very much for your time, and we ask that you support and invest in Virility to help secure our future food supply. Thank you.
Thank you, Leanne. So next company we have is Insignum AgTech. They actually are modifying corn and other plants so that they will alert you when there's a problem that needs to be addressed. Kyle is going to tell you more about it. Kyle Moeller, come on up.
Thank you very much, Bill. Appreciate that, and thank you everybody for coming today, and thank you for the invitation to come and tell you about Insignum. So at the farm gate, crop production is valued at about $3.6 trillion around the world. Right? So it's not food or anything downstream of that. That's just the value of production, and we lose about 20 to 30% of that to pests. Right? So diseases and insects and other of those kinds of issues. If I was an engineer and I was looking at this system, I would say, wow, that's a huge problem, right? And we still haven't solved it yet. The biggest chunk of this, maybe about 2/3, is just the fungal diseases, right? So fungal diseases are $1 trillion problem, right? Not about food wastage or spoilage. This is at the farm level production, $1 trillion problem. So it's a pretty hard one for farmers to solve, right? And let me tell you a little bit about what the farmer's perspective is. At some point in the growing season, a plant is going to encounter a pathogen, and if and only if the environmental conditions are right, are you going to get an infection. But you're not going to see any symptoms of that infection, like what I showed you on the previous slide, for a week or a month or sometimes even longer. And if you were to try to treat for the problem at that point, you're going to be too late. You can't heal a plant in the same way you can heal an animal. So you're probably not going to be very effective with your treatment, and you're not going to make your money back, so you might as well just throw up your hands. In order to be effective, you have to apply it before the problem presents itself, right? And in low-margin crops like the corn, soybeans, and other row crops, you don't want to spend money that you don't think you have the problem to spend it on, right? And so a lot of farmers just don't do any kind of treatment, and they end up losing a lot of their crop to disease. Sometimes, not all the time, right? And so that's what makes the decision really hard. But we make that hard decision really easy with a genetic solution. Plants know when they're infected, and they're activating their defenses in order to fight off that infection. So we tied into that genetic response to now activate another pathway that is already present in the plant anyway, in order to make plants turn color in the early stages of disease. So we've got this new genetic combination made up of 2 pieces of DNA that are already present there anyway, right? And so the technology is present in the seed, and it's distributed throughout the field, so a farmer doesn't have to do anything different. The gene is just waiting there for disease to come, and then it lights up and tells you when and where disease is present. But very early on, so a farmer can treat with confidence to know that there really is a problem there and be very precise in treating the problem too. So what we've essentially created is an early disease detection system, but actually we have a strong emotional value prop as well. So in those early stages of disease, oh, I don't have a laser pointer. Anyway, in those early stages when the plant is still green and healthy, a farmer has a lot of anxiety, right? Because if you're going to be wasting your money some of the time, then you don't want to spray because that's risky. You could be throwing your money away. But at the same time, if you do nothing, you're risking losing some of your crop to disease. So it's a risk if you do, risk if you don't situation. We take the anxiety around that decision and make it very simple. Do your plants actually have disease or not, right? And so because we are making this discernible system about whether disease is present or not, then that's about as sustainable an integrated pest management solution as you could ask for. And so from that perspective, agronomists really love this kind of technology to integrate into their plans. We made some prototype plants that we put out in the field last year, and we were very pleased with the results. They started to show purple spots early on in the development, about the end of July here, and we followed this same leaf here 10 days later. Now we've got disease showing up exactly where those purple spots were 10 days earlier. So what we're looking at is called gray leaf spot, the most economically damaging pathogen to corn and in the U.S., and we got good results to other fungal pathogens as well. So we're really happy with what we saw. It was specific to fungal diseases and not other problems. So a farmer, as soon as he starts to see these purple spots, he can say, yes, there's a problem, and now I know exactly what I need to do, and it's within the time frame that damage hasn't been done yet, so I can protect my plants and my yield, my profits at the end of the year. So if you have a hard time seeing these purple spots, you think they're still a little bit small, we do too, and we're trying to iterate on our technology, make it easier to see, not only by eye, but by drone as well. So as these seeds are scattered throughout the field, you could scout really quickly and easily across your entire farm at once and pick up on it, not only early on in the disease cycle, but within those specific times where places in the field where the disease is there, so you could use precision agriculture to treat diseases. Nobody can do that for disease management anywhere in the world in any crop. So when we we're creating a new gene that
So if you want to know more about this, talk.
Oh, you told me to talk longer. I was expanding in order. Okay, all right. Our customers love it. It's great. Okay, there you go.
Thank you, sir. All right. Good, 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 good. Because you know it's late in the day and people are tired and we want to find out who the winners are. So anyway, don't we? Don't we want to find that out? Okay, so a little bit more about the Foundry. We've got a couple of investment funds that we manage at the Foundry. One of them is called the Purdue Startup Fund, which is agnostic to what sort of technology or startup you are. And the other one is called the Foundry Investment Fund, and it only invests in life sciences startups, sort of broadly conceived. The next 4 companies that we're going to hear from have all received investments from one or both of those funds. So right now, we're going to talk to Meng Deng, who is a professor here at Purdue and is the co-founder, founder of Adipo Therapeutics, which is addressing obesity and diabetes. Here we go.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Bill. Is my voice clear? Okay, good. All right, great pleasure to be here. So as Bill introduced, I'm the founder and the president of Adipo Therapeutics. I'm also associate professor at Purdue. So it's really my great pleasure to be here talking about a problem of too much fat, right? And how Adipo solution can help solve that problem. So at Adipo, we aim to transform obesity-related diseases by transforming fat. As many of you know, type 2 diabetes is a serious health problem which affects more than 27 million people. And each year, we're spending more than $88 billion per year in direct cost. But still, with that direct spend, more than half of the patients are not reaching their therapeutic goals. We're talking about weight control, blood glucose control. And as a result, this leads to 8-year reduction in life expectancy. What do I mean by that? That means 8 fewer years to spend time with your loved ones, 8 fewer years to spend time with your family, and 8 fewer years to do things you love to do. So the root cause of this problem is too much fat, specifically too much energy storing wet fat, or we call it bad fat. This results in energy imbalance in the body. In the body, there's actually another type of fat called brown fat, or good fat. In contrast to the wet fat, this brown fat can actually burn the energy by generating heat. This is part of our natural defense mechanism to protect us from conditions such as cold. So at Adipo, we try to harness the physiological differences between the 2 types of the fat and create that energy normalcy by targeting the root cause. So we have developed a proprietary technology platform of notch-inhibiting nanoparticles that can be injected directly into the fat tissue to induce fat conversion. And these particles actually are specifically engineered to release notch inhibitors for over 1 week to minimize the number of injections for patients. Our current product essentially is a weekly injection formulation. Over the years, we have demonstrated the efficacy of our technology to induce sustained weight loss and achieve blood glucose control using a number of clinical models. So our technology offers unique benefits because of the unique mechanism of action. Specifically, it acts directly on fat to increase energy expenditure. Remember that energy balance. And we also actually, by converting the fat locally, we actually can achieve the sustained weight loss with improved glucose control without releasing any off-target side effects. Importantly, our treatment provides complementary treatment options for patients who are undergo the GLP-1 treatment, the leading product in the market. So our target patients are those who are not doing well with orals, are ready for the first injections. So the market size for our product is estimated to be $1 to $2 billion with huge growth potential. And we recently have closed our $2.2 billion seed round, where they started our series funding efforts in terms of 20 million Series A, which would cover $4 million for the IND enabling studies and $60 million for the phase 1 clinical studies. We plan to license our technology following the phase 2 clinical trials. We recently were named as the winner of the Nexus statewide pitch competition, including $180,000 investment. We already submitted our phase 2 application to obtain the non-dilutive funding. We believe there's a huge, strong exit potential following the clinical proof of concept, following the phase 2 studies, as indicated by the recent transaction in the space. We already started active discussions with leading pharmaceutical companies in the space of interest, including Lilly, Novo, and AbbVie, for potential partnership and collaboration opportunities. We have a strong team in place, so our team brings different areas of expertise, including R&D, business management, manufacturing, CMC, regulatory, preclinical, and clinical developments. In addition, we have a strong advisory board in place to provide guidance on the plan to bridge the gap between preclinical and clinical studies. So in summary, at Adipole, we're tackling the problem of too much bad fat, and we have a proprietary technology platform to convert energy storing bad fat to energy burning good fat as a new way to treat obesity-related diseases. With that, thank you for your time and attention. Happy to answer any questions after this. And Bill wouldn't allow it.
He successfully avoided the hook, so that's always nice. Our next speaker is Eric Davis. Eric is going to represent SkyPack, which is an ed tech platform. I'll let him tell you the rest about it.
All right, thanks. I'm Eric Davis, and as they mentioned, we're SkyPack, and our platform was actually licensed from Purdue, so that's our connection. We also are located out here in the Purdue Research Park. Just a little to set the stage here, every good technology company is always trying to come up with answers in the middle of a disruption. So a little bit of statistics here. Right now, about 58% of high school graduates are enrolling in college. Actually, that's dropping. About 40% of those that go to college don't graduate. So we're talking about right now, without what's in the pipeline, about 36 million Americans that have, quote, some college and no degree. So they've terminated their higher education too soon. That's causing a lot of disruptions, but let's look at a few of the reasons. There's gaps between the knowledge and competencies that employers need and the graduates coming out. Many of the institutions have been designed for a different era and are slow to change. And there's limited or no system for actually helping instructors and universities redesign their systems in their courses. So a little bit about us. So our approach is that we want to live in this uncertainty and provide better access to by improving, designing, and building more engaging, more affordable solutions to education. So where do we come in? Well, we really provide solutions in the digital space with two core competencies. One is our learning experience platform. So we have a technology stack that we develop courses on. The other is our SkyPack Learning Studio, which is made up of subject matter experts, also learning designers, and our software platform. Where do we fit in? In the higher ed space, we will fit in quality initiatives, affordability initiatives, student engagement, and micro-credentials. We've got some traction. We're on, so in the higher ed space, we're serving in universities all throughout the United States, including Big Ten, community colleges, and regional campuses. We've built over 400 courses that are digital. We've raised a little bit over $2 million and just closed another $1.8 million in non-dilutive funding to help with that skills-based training and micro-credentials for pathways directly into manufacturing and logistics. So if you just look at the market right now, potential, there's a blurring of the market. So in higher education, traditional higher education, we see that is about a $4 billion market. Micro-credentials is again that blurring area. It's more of a skills-based, competency-based, is 1.3 billion. And then the career and college credentials, which is essentially that transition from high school into into career is another 2.5 billion. So very large markets. How do we play in? So from the perspective of the learner, we're trying to build a more engaging experience for them at a low cost. For the instructors, many instructors are subject matter experts. They were not trained in pedagogical practices. They were not trained in instructional design, and that's where we come in. Universities and associations, so if many times there will be instructional designers on a campus, but they don't always have access to, the instructors don't always have access to that group. Employers, that is in the micro-credential space, they need employees, and so very often they are resorting to building micro-credential systems in partnership with higher ed to build that skills-based training that is needed for entry-level employees. So a little bit about our go-to-market strategy. You know, we're doing a traditional land, expand, and grow. We're kind of in the expansion stage, and that's why we raised the money. We have a footprint in a lot of places, and now we just need to grow that footprint. We also have a team with a track record, and I'm out of time, so love to chat with you afterward if you have any following questions.
Thanks for hooking yourself and not making me do it. Okay, so our next speaker is Madhuri Srinivasarao, and I would like to invite him to come up here. He is representing a company called Eradivir, and it's a really cool technology. I'm going to let him tell you all about it. He's VP of R&D at Eradivir.
Thank you, Bill. Good evening, everyone. This is Madhuri from Eradivir. We are an antiviral company that was founded about 2 years ago, right around the time when COVID-19 started hitting us hard. So there was a perfect timing to open this company, right? The company's objective is to save millions of lives affected by viral infections throughout the world. Let me start with the team. So Chief Science Officer, co-founder Dr. Philip Lau, known for his folate receptor research, has founded many companies focused on different targeting technologies. And he is the man behind 2 FDA-approved drugs and 15 drugs in clinical trials. So there is a lot of track record on that. Martin Lau, our CEO, has raised already more than $100 million in the past healthcare companies. This is his second company with Dr. Lau. With such a strong leadership team, we started out developing therapeutics for influenza. Why influenza, right? While many of us have given a lot of attention to COVID, Ebola, and other outbreaks, we have often failed to ignore the seriousness of influenza. Over 10% of the world population is affected annually. In fact, in number, it's 1 billion. Just in the US, there are 40 million cases reported every year, of which 52,000 cases end up dying, right? So this is a serious problem. The average annual economic burden is $11.2 billion in the US. So this is not a small problem. And everybody knows, we have vaccinations, right? Yes, do we have vaccinations? However, they are not most effective. This was surprising to me when I saw this result. Vaccine effectiveness depends on the age. For example, for the people under 18 or over 50 years of age, vaccination is not that much effective. Unfortunately, this is the age group that ends up in hospital with critical illnesses. So what's the solution? The current solutions, there are 4. Okay. I had an animation, but that's fine. There are 4 FDA drugs approved for influenza. One of the common ones is Tamiflu, which most of us know. So they inhibit the virus budding from infected cell, going to another infected cell, right? Basically stopping the reproduction, stopping them from making more babies. Eradivir, we have a solution that has dual mechanism of action. We not only arrest the reproduction process, but also we try to stimulate host immune response. It's kind of immunotherapy. Well, this is fancy, but Does it work better than the existing technologies? Yes. In the animal models of influenza, we have shown that Radivir drug offers better survival in mice, less toxicity, quicker relief from symptoms, which is much needed, right? Especially in the elderly and in the young population, all at single dose. One of the main problems of existing drugs is that you got to take them within 48 hours of getting infected. Well, it's impossible because by the time you realize it's flu, not the common cold, it's already past 2 days. So we have shown in the animal models that we can dose the drug up to 96 hours after infection, which is a huge leap in this technology. Well, is it only the flu? No. The way this technology is designed, we can apply this immunotherapy as a platform technology to treat various enveloped viruses, such as HIV, HBV, RSV, COVID-19, and also, ironically, many of the cancers. Fundraising effort, we have already raised $2.5 million in the seed round that is about to be closed in 2 weeks. We also plan on securing $22 million Series A for generating human data in influenza and at least one cancer indication. We tried to exit after raising the Series A. Unlike other pharmaceutical companies, most of the other pharmaceutical companies, we try to exit in 3 years from now. So, at Radivir, we are looking for partners, and also I don't have some images, that's fine. We are looking for partners. If you are interested in partnering with us, email our CEO at martinlau@radivir.com. Check our website at radivir.com. We have an excellent scientific team. I would like to thank everyone who is behind these efforts, and also especially PRF and Foundry. These guys are really exceptional, very energetic, very encouraging to new entrepreneurs. With that, thanks for the opportunity. I'll be around to answer any questions.
There we go. Fantastic. Okay, so we started with rockets, right? Pluto Aerospace, and we're going to finish up with rocket fuel. So the last speaker, I know that's what you've been waiting to hear. The last speaker for the Foundry is going to be Chris Stoker. He is the CEO of Adranos, which is a rocket fuel company.
Okay, I know you got an award ceremony coming up, so I'm going to go really fast. Okay, we make solid rocket motors for defense and space. And why people invest in us? Well, first, defense needs more range. This is very public that we are behind China and Russia, and our solid rocket fuel can increase range by a substantial amount. So much so that we no longer disclose it publicly. So another issue is that solid rockets are really, really expensive. And part of the reason is because their manufacturing approach was developed in the 60s and never really evolved. So we've implemented manufacturing techniques that can reduce the cost of solid rockets dramatically. And finally, it's never been a better time to get in the solid rocket business. In the 80s, there were 8 suppliers independent for solid rocket motors. Today, there's 1. In fact, Lockheed tried to buy them. FTC said they couldn't for antitrust problems. So what we're seeing is a lot of customer demand for solid rocket motors, which is exactly what we provide. So our solid rocket fuel started in 2017, did some bench tests to prove that it was superior to traditional fuel. Then we flew a rocket. This was part of a big competition with the Army, where among 400 companies, we were named the grand prize winners. And then finally, last year, we did 2 large-scale tactical-sized rockets, 10 times larger than anything we've done. So I'm going to show you the clip. It's quick, so don't blink. So that was the moment where we proved to our customers that we could scale, which was a really good day. Okay, I talked about this. Northrop bought a company called Orbital ATK. Aerojet was about to be bought by Lockheed. FTC said no. So good time to get in the market. It's a lot of money spent on these. So this is how we make money. It's a 2-phase process. You design a solid rocket motor for their needs, then we test a bunch of them, and then you want to go to production. And so we've landed $8 million in contracts of the design prototype test. We've put in 50 million in proposals. We want to grow those to production and grow our company. All right, so if you've driven a north side of West Lafayette, you've seen this. People started calling it the Cube. I'm not sure I like that, but I'll live with it. This is where we manufacture our solid rocket fuel, right here in West Lafayette, so keep your distance. Okay, so we've gone from 3 employees in 2019, we're up to 22. I'm to the point where I've lost track, so we're going to be 25 probably by the end of next month and 30 by the end of the year. We're effectively stealing people from Northrop Grumman and Aerojet Rocketdyne, obvious reasons. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. And now the moment we've been waiting for, the announcement of our competition winners. Again, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors, the Purdue Foundry, Burton D. Morgan Foundation, the Krannert School of Management. So I will be announcing just the top 5. So we actually have 8. So we rank all the teams 1 through 8 in the program, the prize money that they'll get. I'll be announcing the top 5. So when I announce top 5, you could come up. But we also have 3 other prizes from one of our sponsors, Schurz Innovation. And at this point, I'd like to introduce Chris Dowdle. And Chris will come up and say a few words about Schurz, and then we'll do those awards first. Chris, there's another.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Chris Dautel. I work for Schurz Communications. And this year, we are celebrating our 150th anniversary. And to survive 150 years, we have a history of pivoting and innovation. And that's why we like to give out these Schurz Awards, because we get to see such a great array of talent from all of you in terms of talent and ideas that we can grow from. So thank you for all of you from that. Great job on all of your presentations today. And ready to announce.
All right, so the first award we'll be doing is the Trailblazer Award for $5,000. And that goes to Quasi. Come on. All right, then the second award is the Innovation Award, and that is $10,000, and that goes to Uniform Sierra. And then the third Schurz-sponsored award is the Best Pitch Award, and that is $5,000, and that goes to Plurimos. All right, thanks again to Schurz for all their sponsorship. Okay, so getting into the top 5. In 5th place, winning $4,000, is 2020 Meds. Congratulations, guys. Great work. Congratulations. So there's no. Can we get a picture? No. Oh, yeah, we can get a picture. Next, in fourth place, winning $7,500, is Quasi. All right. Then in third place, winning $12,500, Uniform Sierra. All right, leaving the last two. So in second place, winning $20,000, is Plurimos. All right, and that means this year's grand prize winner winning $35,000 is SoKrash.ai. All right, and that concludes our programs. We have appetizers out in the corners, and feel free to mingle and continue to network. Thanks again, everybody.